Good afternoon, everyone. Is this microphone working? Is the microphone working? No? One, two, 1, 2. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good time to be back inside. I think it's just started to rain. Before we start, I would like to give a big thank you to Will Caddy, M&Y Media, who supported us throughout this year. Thank you very much, guys. You've done a fantastic job. And our first person is going to be speaking to us all the way from Nigeria. So I'm going to. He's probably watching now. If he is, hello, Raheem, wherever you are. We're going to play your recording, and then we're going to try and call you on your cell phone, because Raheem does not have internet access where he is. So everyone keep your fingers crossed. But let's see this wonderful video first.
Good day, my name is Raheem Oluwafunminiyi. The title of my presentation is Luther versus Us, Encountering the Reformation Through the Eyes of an African Class. Basically, the presentation looks at some of the arguments raised amongst about 95 students in the class 10 years ago on the Reformation. So we'll be looking at some of these arguments within the context of this presentation. We have the introduction, we have the making of that class, because I'll be basically describing how that class emerged. Also, the presentation will be looking at some of the contentious issues raised in that class. We'll also be looking at how the Reformation led to the establishment of African independent churches in the early part of the 20th century, and of course the conclusion of the presentation. Now in 1517, Martin Luther wrote what we call the 95 Theses. It was basically to challenge the sales of indulgences by the Catholic Church. He also had series of arguments that deals with belief, salvation, to mention a few. However, the class basically criticized some of Martin Luther's views about the Catholic Church, while some members of the class also were in support of series of the arguments raised by Martin Luther. So these are the arguments we basically want to argue within the context of this presentation. In 1517, Martin Luther wrote 95 Theses. It was basically a thesis that challenged the sales or the commercialization of indulgences by the Catholic Church at this time. However, his intention was basically to dispute against these doctrines and not to cause a rift or a division between him and the Catholic Church. Hence, his actions quickly snowballed into what we call the Protestant Reformation today. The making of a Reformation class basically talks about how about 95 students offered the course European History, where the Reformation was discussed. In the discussion, series of arguments came up, which of course I have termed the contentious issues. Among series of the issues that were raised in the class, 3 are germane to this presentation. One is that we were looking at how the Reformation emerged in 1517, because there are a series of arguments that claim that the Reformation did not happen in 1517 basically, that it had happened for as far as the 11th century. We also looked at how the Black Death also led to the weakening of the Catholic Church at this time. And of course, we also look at the papal schism that brought about the rise of 3 popes in Europe at this time. The argument was basically that these events, amongst others, were responsible for the weakening of the church that led to what? The Reformation in 1517, led by Martin Luther. The another contentious issue was basically whether the Reformation was a revolt, a reformation, a revolution, or a restoration. Now, part of the class believed that the 1517 event was a reformation, using the 95 Theses as a typical example. The 95 Theses aimed at reforming some of the doctrines and some of the dogmas of the church, especially within the context of the sales of indulgences. One other section of the class believed that Martin Luther's action was a revolt against the church, using series of examples. Our class instructor believed that the 1517 event was a restoration and of course a revolution, using series of examples, cited series of examples. For example, she claimed that the church had always been a very powerful institution. She believed that the church from the 11th century had unified Europe, and everybody in Europe at this time looked up to the church for solutions to all kinds of problems. So the church was basically seen as an infallible institution that could not do any wrong. So by the time Martin Luther came up with his thesis in 1517, he broke up that power that the church had wielded for centuries. So for her, it was basically what? A revolution, against the Catholic Church. Now, the last contentious issues was basically whether Martin Luther was a Protestant or a hypocrite. Now, for those of us in the class who believed that Martin Luther was a Protestant, hinged the argument on Martin Luther's belief that mankind must look towards the Bible for salvation rather than the Pope for salvation. So for him, for this class, they believe that Martin Luther was sincere in his arguments against the church, while those people who believe that Martin Luther was a hypocrite hinge the argument of some of the books Martin Luther had written at this time. For example, Martin Luther had written a book that praised the Jews. He argued that the Catholic Church should embrace the Jews, despite some of the arguments, some of the arguments against them. A few years after, Martin Luther came up with another book that chastised the Jews and claimed that the Jews were not fit enough to live in Europe and that they should be persecuted or executed wherever they are founded. So this group who believed that Martin Luther was a hypocrite hinged their argument on these events. Now, on the issue of how the Reformation links with the rise of African independent churches in Africa, from the 1850s, the Church Missionary Society, under the auspices of the Anglican Church of Britain, began to Christianize Africans. Of course, they came to Africa alongside the Methodists, amongst other Protestant movements, had come to Africa to Christianize the people. But to make a success of their mission, they had to incorporate Africans into their fold. Now, these Africans were trained in Bible reading. They were also educated along Western lines. But these Africans also had attainments. They wanted to become beyond being clerical officers or assistant bishops. They also wanted to become bishops. They also wanted to preside over large churches. But this could not be attained because of the European churches. The leaders in the European churches did not believe that Africans could attain such heights. So it was because of this reason, amongst other reasons, that these Africans eventually led a schism against mainline historic churches by moving away from these churches to set up what we call the African independent churches. Their belief was that Africans should also worship God in the African way, the same way Europeans worship God in the European way. So from the early part of the 20th century, we had series of African independent churches scattered across sub-Saharan Africa who worshipped God in their own words, in their own ways. They came up with series of doctrines that were indigenous to the people, series of dogmas that were indigenous to the people. So this is how basically the Reformation links with the rise of African independent churches in Africa in the early part of the 20th century. Basically, the presentation looks at how students about 10 years ago viewed religious differences in Europe in the 16th century. The Reformation will be 500 years, and it resonates across the world today. The effect of the Reformation resonates across the world today. Many across the world are either Catholics or, of course, follow one Protestant movement or the other. This is because of Martin Luther's actions in 1517. But personally, in my own view, I believe that Martin Luther's actions in 1517 was necessary owing to the fact that the church had gone astray for centuries, that had for years refused to reform itself. His actions basically promoted religious justice and religious tolerance, not only in Europe, but of course across the world. My name is Raheem Oluwafunminiyi. Thank you for listening.
Hello, Simon.
Hello, Raheem.
Good afternoon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Good afternoon. I can.
Excellent. We can hear you too.
All right.
We just watched your presentation, which I personally really enjoyed. I'm going to ask the people here now if they have any questions. Anyone have any questions for Raheem? Yep, there's one at the back. This is Suzanne from the Open University.
Okay.
Hello, I found your presentation really interesting. I wonder how common was that class where you discussed the European Reformation? How many Africans know much about the history of Christianity in Europe?
Not much really. Not much really. Here in Nigeria, most especially, we get to learn about the European Reformation and Christianity in Europe generally in our history courses at the departmental level. So it's not really common for most students in Africa, especially here in Nigeria, to know about how Christianity arose in Europe from the earliest times to the time of the Reformation.
Okay, anybody else? Any other questions? We have two. I'll come to you next, Ariel.
All right.
Hi Raheem, it's John Purdy. I'm a civilian, not an academic. My question is, have you been able to do any follow-up on the class of 10 years ago as to how their opinions have changed over the years at all?
No, actually, I was able to speak with some of my colleagues who were in that class, two of them basically, to gauge their understanding of the Reformation 500 years after. And of course, their position has never changed. But did not change from what it was 10 years ago. The belief was that the Catholic Church was so powerful that it needed to change at some point in time, which it didn't change, not until Martin Luther's emergence in 1517. So majority of us in that class still believe 10 years after that the Reformation should eventually have happened, at some point in time. If it was not Luther, someone else too would have come up at some point in time, to challenge the church. So that's basically it.
Hello, Raheem. Thank you. I found that very interesting as well. It was interesting that you said that several people in the class thought that Luther was a hypocrite. I was wondering what source material the class looked at to reach their conclusions as to whether he was I mean, you said obviously about your teacher, but beyond the teacher, were you given some of Luther's works to read? Were you given the works of historians? What was it that helped form people's opinions as to whether Luther was a Protestant or a hypocrite?
Yeah, it basically on some Luther's position in some of the literature, some of the books, some of the works he wrote. You know, most especially the one he wrote on. He wrote about the Jews, which I have in the paper, titled that Jesus Christ was born a Jew, published in 1523. So that was the book that was used to argue that Luther was basically a hypocrite, you know, because in 1543, he also wrote a similar book titled On the Jews and Their Lies, which is in contrast with the one he wrote in 1523. You know, so those books basically, and aside that too, till end of Luther's life, you know, he began to engage in acts that people believed was not normal, if you allow me to use that word, you know, which was not in tandem with how he initially began his protest against the Catholic Church. So these are some of the arguments, the books that were used to argue within the context of Luther's hypocrisy, so to speak.
Any other questions for Raheem? Yes, I have one.
All right.
Hello, Raheem. I happen to have stumbled into this conference from Ghana, and
wow, wonderful.
which is not very far from where you are. Now, I'm thinking about Luther's influence and changes that he brought to evangelism. And I'm looking at what has happened in Africa in the 20th century. I think you agree with me that there's a revolution going on, but the sort of revolution that is going on in West Africa, Ghana and Nigeria in particular, means that the people who are now spearheading evangelism in Ghana and Nigeria are probably becoming more and more powerful than the Catholic Church. What do you think is going to happen in 10 or 15 years' time with new African churches as we see them in West Africa now?
Thank you very much. I think I will agree with you. You know, as far as I'm concerned today, the African churches are quite powerful, even more powerful than the states. And the states sometimes, for example, in Nigeria here, you cannot campaign or you cannot win an election without the influence of religious leaders. You know, and certain policies if you want to enact certain policies in Nigeria, for example, also, you have to consider the church before engaging in before enacting those policies. So I see the church as being highly influential, highly powerful, and a domineering factor within the context of our politics here in Nigeria.
Can I give you a follow-on question then?
Please.
Does this not contradict everything that Luther is about? Because what we have in Africa now is a situation where people are relying on church leaders, some of whom are more powerful than their political leaders, for solution to all their problems. And most of the people in Ghana and Nigeria in particular have moved away from a certain realization that there is a direct line between them as Christians and the God they serve. That is a contradiction to what Luther was about, isn't it?
Yes, I think I agree with you. I think I agree with you. You know, basically I agree with you. It's in contradiction. But if you look at it from the angle of for the fact that Christians and of course Muslims in this case too can pursue their faith without fear or favor. If you look at it from that angle, we can still give credit to Luther on that. You know, we can still give Luther credit on that. What he basically did was to enjoin Christians in Europe to worship God based on their convictions. So in Africa and of course in Nigeria and in Nigeria and Ghana, I think irrespective of how powerful these churches are today and will be in the future, I don't think it's not going to relegate anybody's what's that English I want to use? It's not going to disturb anybody from practicing their faith, really. You know. So that's what I believe.
Any other questions for Raheem? Raheem, I'm so glad we were able to connect. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm really watching the video now.
I'm sorry, Raheem?
Yes, I'm watching the video. I'm watching the live feed. Live feed here too.
Excellent. Well,
Yeah.
thank you so much for joining us, and continue to watch, and we'll connect again soon.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Have a nice day.
Martha, let's get you hooked up. Can we get Martha's wire on?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So, pleasure now to welcome all the way from Berlin, Martha Quatrale.
Thank you very much. So, let's have a short thought experiment. We are in the so-called confessional age, so the phase of consolidation between the religious peace of Augsburg, 1555, and the peace of Westphalia, 1648. First Jubilee of the Reformation, 1617. Almost everywhere, the same text for celebration and preaching was chosen, 2 Thessalonians 2, the text of the Antichrist. In a short pamphlet focusing on the topic of the end of time and its signs, printed anonymously in Heidelberg in 1608, other opponents of the Antichrist before Luther are mentioned: Wycliffe, Hus, and Savonarola, drawing a line in a possible tradition underlying the negative, apocalyptical attitude combined with an eschatological expectation in the interpretation of the present time. Despite the recognition of several antichrists, the proper antichrist remained for Luther himself the papacy, and this kind of pattern of revelation has been presented even in the Formula of Concord. For example, here, this is the preface. The importance of the Reformation as a historical event should be found in the historical revelation of the hidden pattern of the revelation as a whole. The link between heroical interpretation and Antichrist's Botschaft, literally the message of the Antichrist, so the concept of the revelation of the hidden Antichrist, represents the main form of self-interpretation of the whole Reformation, even in the collective imagination of the time. The connection with the medieval tradition made it totally understandable in the demand for the right separation from the authority of the Papal Church, and the institutionalization of the anti-Roman polemic became a topos of the evangelical proclamation, spreading soon in form of Flugschriften, the pamphlets, within theologians and folks as well. The identification of the papacy with the Antichrist appeared first in 1521 in the so-called Anticatarinus as an exegesis of Daniel 8, the Antichristo. The spreading of such kind of evaluation among the evangelical theologians has been made clear by the number of signatures on Melanchthon's treatise De Potestate et Primatu Papae, 1537. The apocalyptical interpretation of history made the battlefield, so to say, between the true and the false church, where concrete dates and persons play the role of the testes veritatis, makes the soteriological claim of the parousia so clear that the doomsday is described as Lieber Jungstertag, literally something like lovely doomsday, bringing to an end God's plan. Luther's discovery of the telogumenon of the Revelatio Antichristi has been made part of the apocalyptical revelation of the Propria Signa Dei Novissimi, representing a stark eschatological claim. The main example of the reception of this attitude is Matthias Flaccus Illyricus, who, beside his masterpiece, which is quite well known, Magdeburger Centurion, in 1556 collected in the so-called Catalogum Testium Veritatis 400 signs against the papacy as Antichrist. On the contrary, the theologians with a humanistic background, first and foremost Melanchthon himself, but even Zwingli and Calvin, had almost no apocalyptical claim. Of course, they agreed with Luther in understanding the papacy as Antichrist and in his interpretation of history, but remained suspicious in regard of the apocalyptical approach, in the sense that the prophecy was much more understood as mere chronological device. But for Luther, much more important of the computation of the end of time was the certainty that he was in the very last stage of time. He provided no information about the starting point of the presence of the Antichrist in the church. His main interest was to present the present age as the last of the history of the church, the age of the Antichristiani. Right after Luther's death and the renewal of conflicts against the Catholicism, the concept of the Antichrist has been linked to the particular context of the so-called Magdeburger Herrgotts Kanzlei, literally Chancellery of the Lord. What during Luther's preaching hasn't happened yet, but happened at this stage, is that such concept has been used not only in the polemic against the Catholicism, but even in infra-Protestant arguments. So that after this period, it became usual to classify the doctrine of an opponent as antichristical, and so to understand it as a sign of the Antichrist. Today, I will focus or rather sketch some observation on this particular group. Let's take a step back to the context. After the defeat of the Evangelical League of Smalcald in the Smalcald War in 1547, Luther died in 1546, the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V ordered at the Diet of Augsburg in 1548 some criteria for the regulation of the religious policy, in the sense that he tried to unite Catholic and Protestant, in the sense that he tried to unite Catholics and Protestants in the territories of the Holy Roman Empire. The Council of Trent was moved to Bologna in 1547, and far from achieving some relevant results. A commission formed by Agricola, Pflug, Helding, and Billig drew up a law in the same year, the Declaration of His Roman Imperial Majesty on the observance of religions within the Holy Empire until the decision of a General Council, as known as Augsburger Interim. It focused on the practical regulation of faith, the ceremonies, and the sacramental praxis, granting the Catholic standpoints for any central topics. The law was rejected both from Catholic and evangelical side. By the evangelical side, including Philip Melanchthon, on the account that it didn't ensure justification by faith as fundamental doctrine. Against the interim spread a huge polemic production, and the opposers, guided by Matthias Flaccus Illyricus, collected themselves in the free city of Magdeburg as Magdeburger Exules. The city took the proud name of Herrgotts Kanzlei, Chancellery of the Lord. In 1549, the Duke Maurice of Saxony, a controversial figure, former allied with the emperor, whose clever manipulation of alliances and disputes brought to the Albertine branch of the Wettin dynasty extensive lands and electoral dignity, persuaded Melanchthon, the Leipziger theologian, Johannes Pfeffinger, and their fellows, the so-called Albertinian theologians, that is, the supporter of the Albertinian policy on religion, to accept a compromise known as Leipziger Interim. It included the doctrine of justification sola fide, and in exchange stated that doctrinal differences not related to justification justification by faith were adiaphora or matters of indifference. So it was actually an acceptance of the Catholic standpoints in this regard. This, together with the organization of an armed action against the Free City of Magdeburg, theologically justified by Pfeffinger, here for example, with assumption that Luther was a nectar adiaphorist, literally a true adiaphorist, was vehemently opposed by Matthias Flacius and the Magdeburger theologians, claiming that the adiaphora had ceased to be adiaphora in case of scandal and confession. The resistance was massive, and at the beginning of November 1550, a huge counter-reaction appeared. Nikolaus Gallus wrote a Gegenbericht against what stated by Pfeffinger. Matthias Flacius wrote a sharp attack ad personam, wieder die neue Reformation, literally against the new Reformation. Even the Hamburger theologian Joachim Westphal published in Magdeburg a counter-reaction based on a compendium of Luther's excerpts. For Nikolaus von Hamsdorf, an important collaborator and friend of Luther, the topic was even more uncomfortable. He wrote, dass Dr. Martinus kein Adiaphorist gewesen ist, and plenty of texts against Pfeffinger in the subsequent months. This harsh counter-reaction brought actually something. Maurice of Saxony refused an active support for his political action against the Magdeburger. I would really like to make one point clear. It was not a matter of theological controversies, but rather a proper political resistance. They had to face a military action, and the behavior of the Albertinian theologians, who were actually still Lutheran theologians, was of course considered a treason, even more because they handled Luther's own work to justify their own compromises with the Catholicism. This is the point when we talk about Lutheran identity as controversial process. It's a matter of preserving, perhaps too stubbornly, the pure Lutheran position. Shortly, Luther's position in the Confession of Augsburg and in his Markart articles against this mangling. The Magdeburger wrote even a non-alternative confession, this one, the Magdeburger Bekenntnis. And here, this point is particularly clear. It is really a matter of resistance. The minor authority must, resist the major one. But let me first clarify the bone of contention. In Christianity, adiaphora are matters not regarded as essential by faith, but nevertheless as permissible for Christians or allowed in church. That means that what is specifically considered adiaphora depends on the theological standpoint in view. And that is the problem. The Confession of Augsburg only states that the true unity of the church is enough to agree about the doctrine of the gospel and the administration of the sacraments. Nor is it necessary that human traditions, rites, or ceremonies should be everywhere alike. This, however, opens the field for several deeply diverging interpretations. In the Formula of Concord, both extremes were rejected, and the adiaphora have been defined as church rites that are, I quote, neither commanded nor forbidden in the word of God. However, the Concord added believers should not yield even in matters of adiaphora when these are being forced upon them by the, I quote, enemies of God's word. In the German Reformation, the issue of what constituted adiaphora became a major dispute, as long as it represented the necessity to state a known theological identity as resistance against a given theological political pattern. The topic of the construction of a known identity is in other terms a matter of reaction, opposition, or diversification. And this reflects Luther's own attitude against the Roman Church. No wonder that the arguments show a recurring pattern. The readiness to compromise shown by the Albertinian theologians make them traitors of Luther's message, allied of the Roman Church, that is the Church of the Antichrist, and so hegemonical weapons struggling against the real word of God, corresponding to the Lutheran doctrine, of course. Following a given pattern, the legitimation of Lutheranism as historical event or revelation is made possible due to its historical defeat. Recognized as sign of the divine presence, historically revealing itself as mortifying bond, age of martyrdom preceding the end of time. The parousia and the following intensification of the topic of the wait for the end of time are related to a purification of the doctrine, or rather to the search of the pure Lutheran doctrine. In this sense, the Augsburger and the Leipziger interim fulfill the antichristical marks provided by the usual authoritative points: 2 Thessalonians 2, Matthew 24, Luke 21. The Magdeburger interpretation of the interim, together with the Clausula Petri, seems to be so clear that the identification of the papacy with the Antichrist needed no more proof. The interim proved it enough. The Agiaphora opened the door, in the Magdeburger Exulus view, to the realm of the Antichrist. They represented a recatholization, so a defeat for the faith. The Pope, as Peter's successor and main bishop, is clearly the Antichrist. So the Roman Church is the Church of the Antichrist. Service and canon are intended as key point of the interim, laying the ground for the anti-Christianity. The unnecessary mediums are evaluated as falsification of the doctrine and elements of confusion. The readiness to compromise of the so-called Adiaphoristen, the Albertinian, Leipziger, and Wittenberger theologians, identified with the false prophets of the synoptic apocalypse, is read as an overstep of the Christian freedom, setting the Christians under the government of the Pope Antichrist. So, what's properly Luther's heritage for the theologians of the Herrgotts Kanzlei? An apocalyptical potential developing as proud negative sense of radical opposition to any theological political foundation. First point, any positive theological political foundation is by definition antichristical. Second point, therefore, any readiness to compromise to the antichristical theological political power is a sign of the same antichristical attitude or identity. Third point, so the only possible self-interpretation as Christians is a martyrological one, in the sense that the historical, political, and theological defeat is a Christological sign of the divine presence. The very core of this standpoint is that this attitude should be integrated first and foremost in the basis of Luther's theology. The way in which Luther discovered and explained his apocalyptical view of history depends essentially on his discovery, so to say, of the real meaning of the gospel, and so with the opposition against the Roman Church. Structurally, Lutheran identity and construction of identity depend first and foremost on a negative element, on a limitation. Assuming that this attitude concerns the whole historical structure, the main apocalyptical pattern, as for Luther himself, is for the Magdeburger the Book of Daniel. Daniel's prophecy applies wonderfully to this context. Written in the Hellenistic age, as Judea has been made a province by Alexander the Great, it criticized the Greek policy and provides a great expectation or rather hope for the future, for a liberation operated by God in an unexpected but legal way. Its pattern was fruitful in a double way, as meta-historical inspired knowledge of essential elements concerning the immediate future and consisting in a moral and religious order beside or perhaps against the political conditions, and in its revelation and transmission of imaginative visions. It is an apocalypse in the proper literal sense of the term, a figurative outlook for serious conflicts until the future collapse of all theological political systems on earth, their beginning and development, being the doomsday, their harvest. This attitude has, of course, its implicit theological background, and this is not that surprising pattern, referring to the powerful visions of the Book of Daniel and identifying Luther with Daniel, and in this context, calling the Wittenberger and Leipziger theologians the false prophet of the apocalypse, shows the presence of a certain Joachimite or pseudo-Joachimite influence. Here, for example, there's an image of Luther represented as Joachim of Fiore. By no means it is a proper element of the Reformation itself. It was spreading all over Europe, and also thanks to a huge amount of Joachimite printings in Venice. For example, the Expositio Super Apocalypsum has been reprinted in Venice in 1527. In any case, Joachim of Fiore became the prototype of the whole man and the emblem of a given form of prophetism, and this approach deeply influenced the preaching of Luther himself and represented a crucial point for the construction of a Lutheran identity. So to sum up some conclusions, let's have a look on what has been stated in the section at the Aphora of the Solid Declaration of the Formula of Concord. Here. in a time of persuasion, in case of confession, even to the enemies of the gospel, do not come to an agreement with us in the doctrine, yet some ceremonies abrogated, which in themselves are adiaphora, and neither commanded nor forbidden by God, may without violence to conscience be reestablished in compliance with the pressure and demand for adversary. And thus, in such adiaphora or matters of indifference, we may indeed come to an agreement with them. But on the other, especially when it is in the design of adversary, either through the force or compulsion or in an insidious manner to suppress the pure doctrine and gradually return to this also adiaphora can in no way be done. It has been said without violence to conscience and prejudice to the divine truth. So, this is particularly interesting because at this stage we are beyond the stage of the conflict. In the attempt to find a compromise between the parties. And this text is nonetheless particularly harsh in this respect. After the proper section of the diaphora, there is another section composed by a series of excerpts of Luther's marked articles, just to make clear how much this underlying negative apocalyptical attitude represents an essential point for the self-legitimation of Lutheranism itself. In its consolidation at the end of the 16th century, it remains, in its attitude at least, an attempt of differentiation from the historical contingencies. Its eschatological expectation remains almost the same. It was clear, for instance, in the first Jubilee of the Reformation, when almost everywhere in the same text was chosen. It might be difficult to recognize these underlying flows in the official texts, but it might be sometimes easier if we take into consideration some radical groups or events, and that was my attempt today. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta.
Thank you.
Questions for Marta? Ariel.
Yes.
Thank you, Marta. Very interesting. My knowledge of mid-16th century Germany is quite limited, so I'm glad that you've been able to fill in some of the gaps. Just a couple of things that you mentioned, maybe you could perhaps elaborate on.
Yes.
I was struck you mentioned Joachim Fiore, for example, who may not be a figure familiar to everybody in the audience. And there have been arguments made of a very long reception history for Joachim Fiore. So perhaps you could outline to the audience who he was, what his major theory was, why he's been considered to be such an important figure in the Reformation. And then my second one was that you mentioned the identification of the Pope as Antichrist and what the long-term repercussions of that identification were in Protestant millenarian thought, both in Lutheran and Calvinist forms. The identification of the Pope with Antichrist, what the consequences were in both Lutheran, and whether there's a distinction between the Lutheran identification and a Calvinist, or whether they reach the same conclusions.
The differences between... I start with the second question.
Yeah, sure.
I said that the difference... that the apocalyptical reception and the reception of the identification of the papacy with the Antichrist is different. It's different in Luther. In Luther as a stark apocalyptical claim, and it is very eschatological oriented. And I told that, for example, in Luther, in Melanchthon, but in Zwingli too, and in Calvin, this element is anyway present, but it is different as long as it is not so apocalyptically connoted.
Do you think Luther pushes it further than Melanchthon, for example? Do you think?
Yes, I think that Melanchthon, for example, Melanchthon uses massively the prophecy of Elijah.
Yeah. Is that the one with the history is divided into 3 phases of 2,000 years?
Yes.
Yeah.
Luther sometimes quotes Melanchthon writings about the prophecy of Elijah, but basically rejects it as non-biblical prophecy, and he rejects this use of the prophecy as a chronological device, as attempt to calculate when the end of time is coming. Luther sees the papacy as Antichrist in the sense that this vision, I called it Antichrist, not only I called it, for example, Apocalypian calls it Antichrist Botschaft, in the sense of the message of the Antichrist, the revelation of the already existent but hidden Antichrist, signs the turning point to the end of time. It's the sign that makes the present age, the current age, the very last stage of time. I think that's the main difference. In this approach, I see the main difference between Luther and the other reformers. The question of Joachim of Fiore. Joachim of Fiore is a very well-known preacher, a very well-known medieval preacher, whose influence and whose interpretation of history as divided in ages, as the interpretation of history as a history of the church divided in ages, had a very massive reception even in the modern age. It is important in the Reformation as long as it was important in the 15th and 16th century. I would say is not a proper Lutheran reception, or it has not more to do with Luther as for example, the Catholic side. There was a massive Joachimite reception in the Catholic side too. And it, of course, and for sure Luther note the Joachimite doctrine and so on, but it's quite impossible to trace back the origins of this reception. For example, it might be due to the Bohemian theologies, Matthew of Chanov and so on. It might be, or it might be that he lived in Eisleben in an early stage of his preaching, of his work as theologians, together with Franciscan Joachimite preacher. For several reasons, it might be that it might got in contact with this Joachimite background. We cannot trace back with certainty how we got in contact with this approach, but it is clearly recognizable in this division of age of history.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? John? Yeah, I'll come to you.
Yeah, thank you for that. You mentioned martyrdom.
Yes.
Very important to Lutheran identity. So the Calvinists produce lots of martyrologies, you know, John Crespan and Adrian von Hamstein and John Fox.
Mm-hmm.
Do the Lutherans produce martyrologies like that? You know, stories of martyrs and major collections of martyrdom stories?
Well, this kind of production, this kind of florilegia, collection of exempla and so on, was quite diffuse in the whole Lutheran production. For example, several Melanchthon's fellows wrote some kind of production of this type, but it was, I would say, much more a kind of entertaining literature of the time as proper theological literal production. But this martyrological background is very, very recognizable in the whole production of the Magdeburger and the Ignacio Lutheran as well. I think is in this case, well, it's not a martyrology in the proper sense of the term, but this martyrological element is an important aspect of the Lutheran identity in this particularly troubled period. I mean, they describe themselves as Magdeburger Exules, martyrs, and so on. And it is a self-representation as martyrs.
But it's maybe not. I mean, in the Dutch and the French and the English case, it's almost just becomes part of national Protestant mythology, you know, almost consolidating a Protestant national identity. Whereas is that not quite the same thing in the Lutheran world?
I think it is, but much more in the Melanchthon's Fellows production, as far as I know. So as literary genre. But I'm referring to this martyrological attitude in other kind of theological and even sometimes propagandistical writings. So yes, it is a much more an attempt to give advices to the folks, or to give advices against these false prophets of the synoptical apocalypse who are trying to get in contact or to find some kind of accordance with the Catholicism and so on. So in this sense, I refer to the martyrological production, but of course is in a literary genre too, and of course it's contributing to create a Lutheran identity too.
Okay, keep it brief.
I'll try to keep it as brief as I can. Now, yes. Oh God. Our vicar, who has now gone down to take up a parish in Brighton, on one occasion gave a sermon on gay marriages, right? It didn't sound too unreasonable the way that he put it, although I was looking out the window
Sorry, might you
most of the
speak a
time.
bit faster and a bit louder?
Just
I
a
can't
minute.
understand you.
It didn't sound too unreasonable the way that he put it, although I was looking out the window most of the time. But the Bible has very strict teachings on this. Now I'd like to mention a play back in the in the Elizabethan era. You know, Queen Elizabeth I, by Christopher Marlowe. He was around at Shakespeare's time, called Dr. Faustus. In Dr. Faustus, every one of the 7 deadly sins comes on and gives a speech. Now, to the 20th century man, he appears to be, this is Christopher Marlowe, a man of very strong morals, leading very moral life. But to the Elizabethans, fearing the sanctitude of their state, of their church, and the security of their state, he was a heretic. To me, it seems easy to think of this century as being the 20th century. It's not the 21st. To me, he still seems to be a very moral man, leading a very moral life, proposing and leading a very moral life. But it's a warning also not to reach too high, like those in the Tower of Babel, and not to delve too deep, like the witches in Macbeth, in your scholastic pursuits of Christianity. I was wondering 2 things. One, what were your views on that? And 2, where exactly do you come from? Where were you born? See what I'm getting at.
Okay, Marta, do you want to take those questions? You can tell him where you were born.
I don't know if I understood it properly, but I guess that this kind of apocalyptic warnings and this kind of apocalyptic attitude tends to follow always similar patterns. So that might be for this reason that you can see similarities. Or might you repeat the question, please?
No. And the answer to the second question is Rome, I believe, isn't it?
Huh?
Rome.
Rome.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a short break there. Is it raining? So we can dive, quick stretch of legs back in, say, 15 minutes? Okay.
Okay. Now, just need my little case.
Well, that's better. Okay, we're going to get started now for the next session. Before we do, I'm holding up the fabled evaluation form. Please, it's a wonderful help for us if you complete these and hand them in by the end of the day. I'd really, really appreciate it. I will be reminding you again. Okay, so now a great pleasure to introduce from the University of Durham, Michael Questier. Michael, over to you.
Thank you very much for your invitation here today. I thought I'd talk about the resonances in and after the Reformation of English Catholicism, and specifically about the resonances and influence of Catholic martyrology. There's not much connection, I have to say, with Luther, but I imagine he could have written some fairly rude pamphlets about what follows now. For those scholars of early modern England and Britain who think, if at all, about Catholic martyrology, what probably springs to mind is Bishop Richard Challoner's Memoirs of Missionary Priests, as it's called. That on the left is Bishop Challoner, and that's on the right is the memorial they put up to him in London. I think he died just after the Gordon riots. Those are some of the volumes of manuscripts in the Westminster Cathedral archives, which he used for the writing of his big book on martyrdom. On the left, that's a modern edition of it. On the right is the huge Victorian edition of his work, 1878. That's actually Challoner, after they disinterred him from his resting place at, I think, Milton House in Berkshire, because they wanted to put him in the cathedral in London, which they did, and they dressed him as a bishop before they did it. And that's where he rests now. His book is quite extraordinary. The Victorian edition of it has these wonderful illustrations. That's the arrest of the priest John Jennings in 1591. You can see Richard Topcliffe, the notorious Richard Topcliffe, at the door waving a sword just before they apparently chucked him downstairs. And there are many of these illustrations. That is, you can see the lady under the door is Margaret Clitheroe, who was executed in York in the 1580s. Now, much of this material looks or even anti-historical. Challoner's work launches more or less straight into its subject with an account of the legal proceedings against the seminary priest Cuthbert Main down in the West Country in 1577, and persists case by case down to 1681, claiming in effect that every individual who perished under the Elizabethan penal legislation against Catholics was part of the same continuous process, and that the persecution was itself unceasing. Challoner's preface to the second part of his work declares that the whole book was essentially factual, not in any way polemical, and based on solid evidence with a grudging gesture at the benefits of living now in the mid-18th century in a more tolerant age, though of course he published his book just before the last of the Jacobite rising, so what people thought about that, one doesn't know. Challoner's bold rhetorical distinctions between politics and religion and his claims for absolute objectivity in his historical judgments must have provoked some fairly sharp Protestant intakes of breath, just as many Catholic readers, both then and subsequently, have concluded that the bishop was simply telling it like it was. But whichever way that one reacts to Challoner's work, and indeed to the text in the martyrological tradition on which he drew, and the Catholic narrative of the later Reformation in England, which he helped to define, one cannot simply assume that the material which he deployed is historically shallow. Challoner was in fact doing something remarkably similar to, as Peter Lake describes it, what Samuel Clarke did when he wrote his Lives of Godly Protestant Divines. Both projects constructed with utterly different polemical assumptions, but in similar literary and rhetorical ways, accounts of the kind of religion which they took to be most obviously compatible with the proper operation of the national church. For scholars who see the Elizabethan period in particular, and the later English Reformation in general, as defined by moderation and compromise, these Catholic stories of oppression, violence and brutality, against Catholics of course, are hard to comprehend, and often seem to be so far outside the mainstream as to be virtually irrelevant. In any case, if the English experienced persecution in the 16th century, it was surely not under Elizabeth, or even really under Henry VIII, but during the uniquely frightful, though mercifully brief, reign of Mary Tudor. But I would argue it is worth thinking about the historical implications of the Catholic martyr tradition as it's developed. well, both in Challoner's time and then subsequently down through the centuries. And this is why I hope there's a connection between this paper and the theme of this day conference. However bizarre you might think that Rome's criteria for establishing heroic sanctity are, hocus pocus as John Humphreys recently described it on BBC Radio 4, the fact is that those in the Reformation past whose cases were taken forward via the processes which the Roman Curia deploys for these purposes, the fact is that exercise is in large part a historical one. The way in which Rome ordered its agents in the past, and does now actually, to investigate and establish the case for the saintliness of those whom popular fame and public acclaim within the Catholic community, those within the community who'd been identified as martyrs, was always rooted first and foremost in a research-based account of those people, and in this case a research-based history of the Reformation. In fact, the first direct instruction from Rome to gather evidence of martyrdom came in 1626 with the Congregation of Propaganda's orders to this man, Bishop Richard Smith, who was a vicar apostolic, to proceed with this exercise. And Smith, this is of course in the 1620s, there's relatively speaking sort of toleration. So Smith's agents are able to tour all over the country in order to collect the material that they need, the appropriate historical and legal documents, including, for instance, assize records, some of which have since vanished, and that's the catalogue at Westminster, or the volume at Westminster, which contains some of Smith's work, and that's the first page of the catalogue of martyrs, which he constructs and sends to Rome. In the 1640s, early 40s, there was a papal commission set up to proceed with the so-called ordinary process, that is, led by local episcopal authority for this purpose, but its work actually was suspended when the relevant documentation fell into the hands of the Parliament in 1643. However, during the civil wars and in and after the popish plot agitation of 1679 to 81, Catholic commentators and writers continued to collect and publish accounts of those whom they regarded as Catholic martyrs. For example, the Yorkshire priest in the early 18th century, John Knaresborough, and that's a photograph of 5 of the 7 manuscript volumes which he copied out or wrote out, is really a history of the Church in England by reference to martyrdom, all in a beautiful sort of copperplate hand with the sources that he used down the right-hand side. He conducted a sort of fact-finding mission across the English counties, writing to consult people whom he thought he might have useful information. Among those people was the antiquarian Charles Easton of Hendred Hall in Berkshire. That's a photograph of the inside of the house, a very, very beautiful property, pre-Reformation, much of it. I was in the library at that point. I should have been taking photographs of the books, but I thought the view out of the window was nice. You could even see my car, so I thought I'd take a picture of it. Knaresborough wrote to the people like Easton, said to say, can you help me with your collection? Because he actually wrote to Easton and said, we know you have one of the finest collections of books and manuscripts for this purpose in the country. And actually Easton wrote back. Obviously you can't read his tiny handwriting, but he writes back to Knaresborough and says, actually, I'm now out living in rural Berkshire and you have no idea how boring it is here. And he says something like, I was never one for hunting or husbandry. He said, so almost any distraction would be welcome. So I'm you'll happily send you whatever you want. And then, of course, there was Challoner as well. Challoner comes about 20 years after Knaresborough. So all through the 18th century, people are gathering and discussing this kind of material. Following the restoration of the hierarchy in 1850, Catholic hierarchy in 1850, and in fact in and after the Third Synod of Westminster, as it's known, in 1859, there commenced at last the formal back and forth process of petitioning and answering to Rome concerning the record of those reckoned to have been heroic witnesses to the faith in the 16th and 17th centuries. Now, the narrative of that process is lengthy and complex, certainly too lengthy for a short paper of this kind. But briefly, the so-called ordinary process commenced finally in London in June 1874, looked at the cases of 353 people between 1535 and 1692. In this phase of the process of investigation, there were 37 sessions in all. I mean, the thing functions actually like a court, like a series of judicial proceedings, and went on for about 6 months. The people involved included the Jesuit John Morris, who was a noted scholar in his own right in the later 19th century, assisted by various priests at the London Oratory, including Thomas Knox, who produced the editions of the diaries kept at the seminaries on the continent, which are still in use today. Among others, the leading Catholic Charles Weld was called to give testimony, and he witnessed, for example, that he had seen the instrument of torture called the Scavenger's Daughter in the Tower of London, where it was then kept, even though it wasn't still there in the 1870s. Weld described how it worked and referred to the woodcut of it in some of the editions of Challoner. Weld remembered it in the Tower because Catholic parents used to take their children there to see it, as I was by my father. Weld added that as to the claim that the servants of God really suffered for a religious cause and not merely for a political one, I believe Challoner's book to be perfectly authentic, and I've had the opportunity of testing many parts of it by original documents that he could not have known. Moreover, all that's been discovered since his time tends to confirm it. Weld testified also, and this was crucial for Rome's purposes, he testified that the tradition of reverence for martyrs had gone on covertly for centuries. We were always taught to venerate them, he said, although this could not be done publicly in the church, because you can't preempt Rome's decision. So you can't, I mean, until Rome's actually set its seal on these claims to heroic sanctity, you can't do this in public. It could be done, though, in private by those who possessed their relics or portraits or lived in the neighbourhood of their martyrdoms. And Weld's sister described how she remembered her mother pointing at the place of execution of Fathers Cornelius Green and others near Dorchester, and she remembered she used to make her sisters always pray to them as she passed. Charles Weld and his wife had provided the reliquary for the hand of Margaret Clitheroe. It's in the chapel of the Bar Convent in York, and that's a photograph of this very, very beautiful 18th century, I'm sure it's an 18th century chapel, which is designed in such a way that you can't see it from the road, that the edifice, the structure of the chapel inside the building is in effect invisible from the road because of worries about reaction from the public. And that is a less good photograph of what is claimed to be the hand of Margaret Clitheroe. So I believe there's doubts about the authenticity of it. Anyway, these negotiations between England and Rome produced a series of beatifications. That's the declaring of it's the second stage of the process towards canonization. A series of them in December 1886 and May 1895, leaving several hundred people with their cases still under consideration. Rome's bureaucratic processes continued to grind away rather slowly, and of course certain international political events in the 1910s, the First World War, interrupted the task of recovering interesting historical facts from the 16th and 17th centuries. But a second and so-called apostolic process, that is at the direction of the Holy See rather than purely under the control of the local bishop, was authorised for Westminster in July 1922, opened a year later. Approximately 250 names were now considered for this process of beatification. Various objections were raised, as is usual in the course of Rome's investigations of the causes of those regarded as potential saints. For example, in the case of the martyr Edmund Sykes, the promoter fidei, the promoter of the faith, colloquially or popularly known as the devil's advocate, in Rome worried about the reports of his temporary lapse from the faith and was concerned that the record showed only that Sykes had been condemned for sedition, not for religion. In the case of the York martyr Robert Hardesty, the establishment of his heroic sanctity wasn't made any easier by the mistranslation in the body of evidence submitted to Rome, because all this stuff has to be written out in English and then translated into Latin and Italian, I think. The mistranslation of the word venison as, I'm not an Italianist, but I believe the Italian word for it is selvaggina, but they got that wrong and they used the word veleno, which means poison. Which left the devil's advocate concerned that a potential hero of the church, who'd allegedly sent aid, relief and food to the Catholic prisoners of conscience in York Castle, was in fact a potential mass murderer, which the people in Rome found very confusing. These years were marked by quite intense public Catholic enthusiasm for their martyrological heritage. Already by the late 19th century there were public pilgrimages to, for example, the ruins of Padley Hall in Derbyshire, which was the site of the arrest of the priests Nicholas Garlick and Robert Ludlam. The restored part of the building, which serves as a chapel there, now within the Catholic Diocese of Nottingham, is still the site of a shrine. And annual pilgrimages and processions attracted thousands of people all crucial evidence for Rome, of course, of continuing cult and popular acclamation. The Sunday Times reported on the 9th of October 1927 the approach which was being made to the Foreign Office to secure the return and reinterment of the remains of the priest John Southworth, who'd been executed in 1654 during the interregnum. Those remains had been discovered in mid-July in their burial place in the old college buildings at Dowie, and it must have been regarded as highly significant as Rome reached its conclusions about the 1923 Westminster process. The sight of the body in its lead coffin, actually out of its lead coffin, left those who retrieved it in no doubt about what hanging, drawing and quartering had meant in practice. Subsequently, they were taken to England, first to St Edmund's College in Ware, and then in May 1930 to Westminster Cathedral. And this is, apparently this is in copyright, so it can't be shown on the website, but this is a Pathé newsreel recording the moment of the translation of his remains, Southworth's remains, into the cathedral. And there it is. I think they must have come down Ambrosden Avenue and then turned that way into the cathedral. There seems to have been a real sense of expectation at this point that the Holy See was about to endorse a particular and very reactionary reading of English Reformation history. As the Morning Post put it on the 24th of May 1929, anticipating that the majority of those whose names had been presented would get through, with the possible exception of the Japanese martyrs of the 16th century, this will be in point of numbers, perhaps the largest wholesale unified ceremony of beatification in the history of the Roman Church. That ceremony was also likely to be timed to coincide with the 100th anniversary of the Catholic Emancipation Bill. In fact, after the consideration in Rome of all the evidence in 28-29, 136 only of the 252 individuals whose names had been considered in the Westminster process were beatified on the 15th of December 1929. It was very frustrating, apparently, for those who'd anticipated that all those named and presented would get through on this occasion. But Cardinal Bourne of Westminster continued to lobby for the recognition of, as they were called, the delati, the 116 people whose names had been deferred, or cases had been deferred or put back. And those cases started to be reviewed immediately in December 1930. Crucially, during this same year, there was issued a new, much more rigorous set of rules. That's the figure of Southworth, the figurine that rests in the cathedral today. There was a new, much more rigorous set of rules for the promotion of causes of those who might be acclaimed for their sanctity. Essentially, Rome said that you've got to be much more definite about the identity of these people, and you've got to provide better attested documents concerning them, and so on. It's worth remarking at this point that although it might, at one level, seem obvious enough, large portions of what are now regarded as the over-confessionalised urtext of English Catholic history, and which I think are usually assumed to be the product merely of a frankly naive introspective enthusiasm and piety, actually came out of the determination in and after the mid-19th century to secure Rome's recognition of the English martyr tradition, and were themselves a response to Rome's demands for sufficient historical proof of martyrdom. One thinks here of the bulky volumes of historical records collected, edited and published by people like the Jesuit Morris and his confrere Henry Foley back in the 1870s, and also the early volumes of the Catholic Record Society, which were a major scholarly achievement for the time when they were published. The doyen of recusant historians, the incomparably clever legal historian, the Benedictine Hugh Bowler, seems to have begun his research into financial and judicial records, specifically in order to assist the promotion of the cause. He was an Air Force chaplain, and his superiors simply told him that this was going to be one of his additional tasks. And a byproduct was, he produced one of the great legal scholars of his generation. So on one level, this was the product of historical confessionalization, though hardly any different in that respect from the obvious biases of several well-known and allegedly mainstream 20th century Reformation scholars who are not Catholics. But at another level, what we have here is a major intervention in the writing of English and British early modern Reformation history, one which, whether non-Catholic scholars noticed it or not, seriously challenged and arguably changed the field. And this came about both because of the determination in the mid-19th century to make the case for those identified as the Catholic martyrs of the Reformation in England, and also because, as I say, of Rome's decision to raise the bar in the processes and manner via which it recognised heroic sanctity. And this compelled those making that case to look for texts of various kinds that really hadn't been on any scholar's radar up to that point. Following Rome's decision in late 1929, however, to put back a number of those, as I say, whose names had been presented for consideration, those who'd promoted the cause up to that point were determined to find out what had gone wrong, as they saw it, and to comply fully with these new regulations established for the investigation of martyrs' causes. And that's what led, in and after the 1930s, but especially in the period after 1959, to what might be taken to be astonishing amounts of research into the cases of these people. And it culminated, as is well known in Catholic circles anyway, in the canonizations of 1970, the so-called 40 martyrs of England and Wales, and then the beatifications of a further 85 individuals in 1987. The gathered evidence fills hundreds of box files in the archives of, as it was called, the Office of the Vice Postulation at the Farm Street Church in London, and that is actually the underground library and archive in that church. And you can see there's a door open on the left, and the files of the Vice Postulation are kept in there. What does all this mean then for the writing of English Reformation history? Even in the highly formulaic responses to the kinds of demands made by Rome for sufficient proof of heroic sanctity on the part of those who had allegedly suffered for their faith during the course of the English Reformation, the Vice Postulator's office and its agents of necessity resorted to a kind of historical antiquarianism, establishing every last ascertainable fact about the existence of those being proposed as martyrs for the faith. Those who sat in judgment in Rome on the post-Reformation English martyrs' cases first and foremost wanted to know that those who'd been identified as suffering servants of Christ were exactly who they were said to have been and did precisely what they were said to have done. Whether motives of the martyr had been questioned by contemporaries, accurately transcribed and attested documentary sources could be used to prove that this was the product merely of malice, or that the accusations against the victim could be trumped by a superior claim that the martyr had died for religion. It was then actually something of an irony that the resulting collection of material, all this stuff gathered in and now kept in these box files in that place, which testified to some of the sharpest contemporary collisions in both politics and religion of the period, couldn't actually be acknowledged as such by the collators of that material, even though the martyrological tradition among Catholics of the time was informed by precisely the perceptions of those in the post-Reformation period who thought that the relationship between church and state in both religion and politics had been grotesquely skewed and fractured by the series of malicious, corrupt and generally wrong turns taken by those who wielded royal authority. In turn, those who'd resisted royal authority, those Catholics who'd resisted the will of the crown, it was claimed to have been motivated only by religion and religious truth. As the Oratorian priest Thomas Knox phrased it in his introduction to his edition of the Diaries of the Seminary at Dowie, the seminarists were a body of simple-minded and zealous-hearted men, possessed with the one thought of rescuing souls from hell, not through the medium of political intrigue, but in priestly ways, by preaching, administration of the sacraments, and the celebration of the holy sacrifice of the Mass. They showed no signs of political motivation. We find no trace of enthusiasm among them, except for winning souls and for martyrdom. Which at some level, you have to say, is actually ludicrous. I mean, you know, I don't know how he got to that point. I mean, it just sort of isn't true at a number of levels, but of course it fitted all too well into certain kinds of revisionist account of the Reformation, where Catholicism, which is a very broad and in some way vague and almost anachronistic term for that period, was taken to merge seamlessly with a brand of conservative popular culture, and where Catholicism's own more radical and separatist strands were of little account. And so some of this stuff was extremely useful for a certain kind of post-war historian who wanted to rewrite the period in that way to use. So this is the slightly boring theoretical historical bit. You'll just have to pardon me for sort of going into a theoretical approach. More generally, there remains a question as to how the historian should approach martyrdom. Martyrs aren't an obvious class of people for the purposes, anyway, of systematic archive-based research. You know, in the way that you might do for, say, MPs or civil lawyers or people that you can research consistently through established sets of archival material. Arguably, the attempt, especially in Catholic studies, to recover all knowable biographical details about these people had a seriously distorting effect. The bulk of what the promoters of the cause gathered about the martyrs was essentially quotidian, evidence of birth, early life, locality, genealogy, education, and so on. The claim, even if only implicit, is that their origins, upbringing, and in the case of clergy, vocation and career, were so self-evidently unexceptional, except of course for the fervour of their spiritual zeal, that the eventual legal proceedings against them could not but be understood as simply malicious, that is, as the state was compelled to pervert justice in order to arrest, convict, and execute them. In turn, this contributed to the Catholic tyrannophobe account of the period, since so much of what one could recover of the quotidian existence of separatist Catholics apparently gave one absolutely no clue as to why some of them should have been targeted for destruction in the first place. Except, of course, for the tiny minority of those involved in what appeared to be conspiracies, and they, by implication, were untypical, and were, of course, excluded from the process of establishing heroic sanctity. If we do as Brad Gregory very sensibly recommends, that is to confront the fundamental religious sensibilities, convictions, and practices of committed Christians who died for their faith, and reconstruct rather than, as Professor Gregory says, deconstruct their that is, the martyrs' commitments and experiences as far as the evidence permits, how exactly do we go about that task in the case of these people? How does one know what one knows about martyrs and martyrdom? The impression given deliberately, I think, by Challoner's magnum opus is that everything one would need to know about the subject is both knowable and known. But of course, in so many cases, the exact circumstances of what happened are simply not possible to recover. About the arrests and prosecutions and indeed deaths of many of the people in Challoner's book, we really know virtually nothing. We also need to think about how we know the things that we do know, as well as what I believe are called known unknowns, if that's right, a phrase which is nothing like as stupid as it's often taken to be. In other words, we should know what was recorded by whom and what wasn't about these people and what that might mean historically. While only a tiny fraction of what happened in many martyrs' cases was actually written down, almost everything that we do have on the martyrs of the post-Reformation period was assembled for a specific purpose by someone or other. Nothing like as systematically as, say, John Fox did for the Marian martyrs, but nevertheless with a very clear set of priorities. Those priorities were inevitably controversial. The formulation of a martyrological record usually meant including some people and excluding others. So, for example, there are a number of Catholics who have no particular love or affection for the Jesuit order, and you find that some Catholic martyrologies exclude some Jesuits and vice versa. Even those texts such as Challoner's, which artfully conceal as much as they reveal, leave a trail of clues scattered here and there as to the context and circumstances of the events which they record, clues which moreover tell us about the political conflicts of the period, both between, I suppose, Catholics and the state on the one hand, but also among Catholics themselves, in a way that virtually no other source can. What, if anything, might one conclude that all this means historically, for the purpose of telling, for constructing narratives of the period? Well, most historians have accepted that for a number of years after 1558, the relatively modest legal structures of conformity and compliance in the English Church left the majority of the conservative and Catholic-minded in relative peace, certainly for the first 20 years or so of Elizabeth's reign. One can argue that it's the breaking of that uneasy consensus and status quo out of which the Catholic martyrological tradition comes. It's something that can be pegged to, for example, the spread of civil strife in Valois, France, in particular the later stages of the wars of religion. In fact, you get succession crises in both kingdoms at more or less at the same time, and they start to shadow each other. So, I mean, it's the relationship between Henry III and then Henry of Navarre, who becomes Henry IV on the one hand, and then in England, Elizabeth and Mary Stuart, and those run more or less side by side. And the claims of each side in those succession crises were made partly by reference to religion, and as a result, the sufferings of English Catholics seemed intensely relevant certainly to French Catholic pamphleteers, as a demonstration of the consequences of living under the rule of a heretical tyrant. In turn, this means that we have to take seriously the claims made by the regime's pamphleteers, especially during the 1580s and 1590s, that those Catholics who were indicted under the treason statutes were indeed being dealt with for sedition and not for their religion. Although, of course, regime spokesmen always made the connection between treason and popery. Now, that wasn't something that all contemporary Catholics were necessarily going to believe, but the point is that for the spokesmen, the representatives of the regime, such as Lord Burleigh, who made that case, particularly you may not have run across it, but in 1583 he releases a pamphlet called The Execution of Justice in England, which is both for an English and a foreign audience, in which he says, yes, some of these people have been dealt with perhaps harshly, but it's only for political reasons. their religious views are a matter for themselves alone. That line was directed in part to a conformist and conditionally loyalist Catholic constituency. We don't know exactly who all those conformist and loyalist Catholics were, but all through the period there were Catholic voices which said that an all-out war with the state was not going to do anybody any good. Some of those killed by the state for their priesthood might well have been martyrs, but some Catholics said, after the plots and conspiracies which Jesuit clergy particularly had, it was said, fomented, these martyrs had come close to dying in a bad cause. That was not what Catholic religion in England, at any rate, should be about. And you find in the later 1590s there's a visible moving closer together of, on the one hand, Catholics who are starting to reject the political radicalism of, for example, the French Catholic Holy League in France, which itself stood as a sponsor to some of the more committed and radical Catholic interventions in Elizabethan England. And on the other hand, regime members who were prepared to exploit what appeared to be the new green shoots of Catholic loyalism as a weapon against what they took to be Puritan radicalism. Now, for various reasons, one might not want to take the sanitization of the judicial proceedings of the Elizabethan state too far, certainly not to the extent of simply endorsing the ubiquitous textbook-style identification of the Elizabethan government of the church and state as a mere and uncomplicated middle way, or of Lord Burleigh as the kind of moderate and godly Christian that he probably thought he was, or actually for someone like Thomas Norton, who's one of Burleigh's men of business in Parliament, as a kind of godly Christian, which he probably thought he was too. According to his biographer, Michael Graves, Norton was, quotes, deeply wounded in international Catholic circles by the odious reputation that he acquired there as an interrogator of seminary priests and Jesuits, such as Alexander Bryant, who was executed in December 1581. Well, one imagines that people such as Bryant would have claimed that they were deeply wounded in international Protestant circles, not least by being racked and having needles inserted under their fingernails by people such as Norton. Now, faced with that sort of quasi-confessional impasse, which still skews the historiography of the period, some scholars, notably John Bossy, tried to escape what they regarded as the asphyxiating effects of martyr obsession altogether. Bossy was probably what you might call on the liberal wing of the church in England. I have a feeling that his brother was a Jesuit. In fact, he was a Jesuit. I think he was the headmaster of Stonyhurst, and I've got a feeling that Bossy and his brother probably didn't get on very well. And you can see that there are elements of this stuff all through his scholarly publication. He says at the start of his groundbreaking book entitled The English Catholic Community, 1570 to 1850, that his aim is to escape from the account of post-Reformation Catholicism based on what he calls martyrdom and victimhood. He suggests that a hasty reader of Challoner would hardly suppose that the priests of whom he wrote did much of note between the day they arrived in England and the day they were arrested. So, said Bossy, one should try to get away from all that, not concern oneself with what he called the martyrological perspective. Rather, one should deal with the priest insofar as he survived to get on with his ministry. And that probably was the right approach for the time that Bossy wrote in the 1970s. In fashion, methodologies were also sociological ones, and that's what Bossy was, a sociologist. It was also compatible with revisionist readings of the English Reformation as a failed central government initiative, or much of which failed as an initiative of central government, and something which had much less impact on the provinces than some scholars had previously assumed. Bossy's perspective on post-Reformation Catholicism was a masterpiece, but it was produced in part by deliberately, as he himself stressed, excluding the question of the relationship between, on the one hand, the Catholic fraction of the national church, and on the other hand, the state. The discussions of martyrdom are about precisely that relationship. In fact, martyrdom tells us more about that relationship than almost any other topic, despite or perhaps because of its atypicality. Those instances, the ones recorded by Challoner, and actually I dare say by Fox, those are the occasions on which the things that you didn't usually say got said, and the things that you really don't want to do to people, and people certainly don't want done to them, get done. In spite of Bossy's protestations that he wasn't interested in or concerned with that topic, his doctoral thesis, which predated by over 10 years this big book, the published book on the English Catholic community, took an entirely different tack, ironically. It focused on the English Catholic diaspora, and on the presence of English Catholics in the religiously and politically chaotic and succession crisis-ridden Kingdom of France, where many of them went when they went into exile. Bossy's thesis, the dissertation, was really about the rise and subsequent fall of a revolutionary impulse among English Catholics. One driver or instigator of that impulse was a sense of fury and outrage at what Bossi, among other historians, chose to call the triumph of the laity. That's a phrase you see bandied around quite a lot in the publications of the 1970s about the Reformation, and about the state-led asset stripping of the material wealth of the church and the destruction of the religious orders. And that provided, said Bossi, the frame of a radical criticism of Elizabethan society, nothing less than, as he called it, a revolt of the clerks. That's the famous phrase forever associated with Bossi's doctoral dissertation. Bossi's account of the clerical enterprise, and of course he used that phrase because it has these political overtones to do with revolutionary and radical action. Bossi's account of the clerical enterprise remains the starting place for any sort of understanding of the construction of the post-Reformation Catholic concept of martyrdom. Just to wrap up, there was always a risk, as Peter Lake, to whom I showed a longer version of this piece, commented, there was always a risk that the whole project would turn out to be just, as he called it, one bloody martyr after another. But I want to argue that at the absolute minimum, a whistle-stop tour of the contemporary sites of execution, which after all is what Challoner did, is at least one way of getting into the question of why Catholicism and moreover actual Catholics were such a crucial component of Reformation and post-Reformation politics. The claim is that these state-led displays of violence are a means of opening up the otherwise opaque structures of a settlement of religion which was based on conformity, that is, people doing what they were told, and if they were not fully in sympathy with whatever the status quo was, not actually saying what they thought. If you line up all these martyr cases end to end, as it were, exactly as Bishop Challoner himself did, they tell you something about the eruption of the Counter-Reformation into English and British politics that you can't easily get from any other source. Traditional Catholic accounts of the English martyrs of successive Reformation and post-Reformation regimes insist that those martyrs are the outstanding representatives of the post-Reformation Catholic community. As is clear, even from those traditional accounts, most Catholics were never close to becoming martyrs themselves. But the issues which informed the prosecutions of those who did end up dying as they saw it for their religion were of concern to many more people than those whom the mainstream historiography of the period has tended to regard simply as zealots. And arguably we should read those martyr narratives in order to work out what the violent confrontations between a minority of undoubtedly zealous Catholics and the regime of the day tell us about the wider Catholic community and the political processes of the reform of religion in 16th and 17th century England. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Questions for Michael? Ariel?
Don't think anybody else wants to.
Thank you, Michael. Fascinating. I've got loads of questions, but I know other people might want to come in. So a couple of little ones, and then the actual sort of one I wanted to ask. Is Green of Dorchester the man they played football with his head? Is that the one?
They did do that at one point, after they stuck little twigs in it, yes.
That's the one, yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. Of the... you mentioned a number of martyrs, and yet you haven't mentioned the one that will probably be most familiar to everybody in this audience, namely Thomas More from this period. So could perhaps you say a little bit about the process, because More was beatified in the late 19th century and canonised 1940s, is that right?
Beatified in the late 19th century, that's right, and then the canonisation came in 1935.
35 then, so,
yes.
So that fits in perfectly with your framework. But my big question is sort of relates to sort of some of the things John was saying. You're saying in relation to Fox, that Fox's martyr project is more about sort of English exceptionalism, sort of proto-nationalism, providentialism, whereas the martyrology that you're talking about seems to be more a rewriting of history rather than a forward-looking. This is a backward-looking version of history, whereas Fox is forward-looking. Would that be fair?
In a way, yes. Challoner's this book entitled The Memoirs of Missionary Priests is highly unusual in the context of his overall published oeuvre, in the sense that most of what he wrote was devotional and spiritual. And it's far from clear really why he did this at the time that he did. There's very little surviving archival material about the purposes of putting this into print at the time in the 1740s. On the other hand, it is actually about. I mean, I'm not a literature scholar, but literature scholars have pointed out to me that as well as recording, as you say, the horrific instances of cruelty exercised on the bodies of people like this, as you say, this priest called Hugh Green down in Dorchester in 1642, which is, what he does essentially is he reprints a contemporary manuscript which describes the, probably even by contemporary standards, fairly appalling use of mob violence on this particular individual. It's just as the Civil War is starting, and so one can understand why in Puritan Dorchester that might have been the case. It's almost a sanitization of it. It's written in this kind of 18th century language of civility and calmness, and there's this sort of rhetoric of moderation. And it's the implication, I think the implication of something else, that's what happened in the past, and we don't do that anymore, which is why the relationship between Catholics and the state in the future should be different. It's something like that. But Challoner gives virtually there's no evidence of his working. It is an extraordinary book. It starts, as I won't go on, but right in the middle of the Mid-Elizabethan period in the 1570s. And you think, did he know about the Henrician Reformation? I'm sure this happened before 1577, wouldn't he have mentioned that? And it's all this, it's incredibly arch and naive, and you sort of think, think the man a simpleton? Because he's not actually a simpleton. He's using historical documents in a way which is actually very, very clever. Because the way it reads, it all looks finished, cut and dried, which I think with Fox is not the case. Fox, doesn't he keep going back to his sources, saying, oh yes, I may have made a mistake. I was right all along, but perhaps that manuscript wasn't the right one. I've got 4 others, and so I'll just republish my book. And yes, Challoner doesn't do that. It's all set in stone. And it's highly, well, in that sense, highly convincing. So I don't know if that answered your question.
Just before we pass on, a few words about Thomas More, please.
Yes, I think there is somebody else, Bill Shields, who is supposed to be publishing a book on that topic. So I deliberately kept away from it because I suspect he's done it all. But I think this comes in the mid-1930s. It's the 400th anniversary of the execution. It's More and Fisher together. And this, the implication is that it's less controversial than it would be, or than the recognition of the Elizabethan clergy would subsequently be, because More as a layman, he's standing up against the tyranny of the state rather than for any kind of opposition to Protestantism. The trial is actually about his refusal to comply with state procedure. And I think that makes it more acceptable to the English establishment. And that's why it goes through at Rome so quickly, actually, without even the necessary, they don't go through all the necessary, normally Rome demands 2 miracles. I think there may have been 1, and Rome waives the procedure in that case. It causes a certain amount of controversy in some circles, but it's regarded as more acceptable to do that in his and Fisher's case than it would have been, or it was less controversial than with some of the Elizabethan clergy.
Yes, I'm not an expert using the microphone, but I hope this is working.
It's fine.
I'm certainly not a historian. I'm intrigued, though, by the restoration of the hierarchy in 1850, and whether that was an explicable door opener politically, and whether the members of Parliament who passed that act were conscious of the lighting a fuse about the relationship between the Church and the Catholic Church and the English state.
One imagines it was very controversial with some people. In some ways, it's only a logical development of the structure of episcopal regulation, which is already in place. This institution of individuals known as vicars apostolic, who have they have episcopal authority, but it's kind of delegated. So it's not full ordinary status, as I understand it. But it's a development upon what's already there. Now I imagine. I'm not a 19th century historian really. I imagine there were a number of protests, probably in Parliament and elsewhere, at the at this step. I believe that Manning makes a fairly inflammatory, releases a fairly inflammatory statement about what Rome has done, and this certainly causes protests in some quarters. And in fact, I mean, very shortly they start doing all the things that probably some Protestants would be worried about, which is embedding a Catholic tradition in public and popular consciousness in a way that they hadn't previously been able to do. And this is one of those projects to start constructing a historical tradition and giving it popular effect in a way that it hadn't been there before. So probably that's right.
Chris?
Thank you very much. I couldn't help thinking, as you were talking about on the theoretical section, that I'd heard all this before in terms of the early church. And I just wondered whether you got any reflections on comparative martyrology, because I think that the way in which the boss's sort of line and the kind of critique of the functions of martyrology which he looks at, I think one could say about how it is that it grew up and what its function was within early Christianity. And I think quite rightly it is now being kind of looked into and said, look, there wasn't this massive persecution and these collection of martyrology. What on earth were they doing, putting this sort of stuff together? Because this wasn't actually helping ordinary people to be the disciples of Jesus Christ.
They've always... Yes, well, I think there are two issues there. The first one is that last point that you made, and I noticed with the quote that Marta put up on the screen, that thing about we will not tolerate those who compromise with the enemy. A large number of people saying, well, you try leading anything like a normal life if you don't compromise with the enemy from time to time, and perhaps they're not all that bad. And in any case, there's just as good evidence for or direction for live and let live as for continual confrontation and suffering and all the bad things that persecution brings, including the faithful falling away from the faith and so on. And that's the first point. There's always been that we might call counter-martyrological discourse in most ages of the church where there's conflict over the Christian tradition. I think the other thing is, which you're gesturing at, is the construction of martyrologies, the rules that all martyrologists tend to follow. And this is something that Thomas Freeman has talked about quite a lot, which is in order to make each martyr sort of like as possible, that archetype of martyrdom, calm, serene individual, unafraid in the face of death, willing to suffer for the truth, no hatred for his enemies, love for all the world, all that, yes, which may actually describe many of them. You tend to cross out, delete, or gloss over all the little, you might say, interesting details, which would the ones that would tell you exactly why they're being done in. And in fact, occasionally you get there's a Jesuit in Rome who works as a research assistant for another member of the society who's a historian called Bartley. He's an Englishman called Christopher Green, and it's through his collections of research notes that we actually have many of the documents, contemporary documents, which were subsequently, the originals were subsequently destroyed. And as Green's copying away, he says, in the course of the trial of so-and-so, the Lord Chief Justice Sir Edward Coke said many harsh and cruel things about the martyr, in fact spoke for 2.5 hours, but I shall not, I shall pass over them. And you feel like, no, don't pass over them. Tell me what they were, I'd really like to know. Because Green says, it's not important, because all you need to do is understand that he was truly a martyr for Christ. You think, no, I would like to have known what Cook said, because now the original document's gone. So I think that may be what you're gesturing at, and I think that is, that probably is the case in every age where people have collected material of this kind.
Yeah, that was fascinating. I mean, I knew about Challoner, but that whole process of beatifications and canonizations, that was all new to me. And I guess I wondered how much this was simply a kind of internally focused campaign, whether it's simply about consolidating, reshaping Catholic identity, or how much effort is made to publicise it, to get it out. So the Pathé News clip of John Southwest's remains been taken into Westminster Cathedral. It was very striking. So do we have much more evidence of a concerted attempt to get this story, if you like, out into the mainstream, into the media, rather than it just being a purely internal Catholic martyr?
Yes, I mean, yes, you put your finger on, the crucial point is that there are a number of legal and canonical categories that you have to satisfy in order to persuade Rome to go through all the steps of this, fairly, pernickety legal procedure. And one of them is that the memory of the martyrs arises through public acclaim in their own time and is continued without interruption until the time at which Rome makes its decision. So you need to produce proof that that's the case, and that you can only do by very organised campaigns of publicity, which of course in some ways looks highly artificial because you're actually stimulating something that may not originally have been there. And in fact, certainly through the 1950s and 60s, the people who worked in this office in the basement in this Farm Street just off Berkeley Square, they worked like crazy to produce the evidence or that such memory had been fostered within the Catholic community for 400 years, down to the time at which they start to compile these documents. Oh, it's quite extraordinary. They preach sermons, martyr sermons. There's Martyr Sundays, usually it's in July. They preach sermons all over the country. There are little medals, pamphlets, children's books, pop-up cardboard models of the execution of John Bost. You name it, they do it. Little films, TV documentaries about priests hiding holes. They go and see the filmmaker Zinnemann, the one who made Man for All Seasons, to try and persuade him to do John Gerard instead. It's the and that's and one of the interesting things about, so I mustn't go on, but one of the interesting things about it is the people who do that after the war and up till probably the end of the 50s are what you might call hardliners. They're people who've got a Challinarian view of the Reformation, and they're not sympathetic, shall we say, to other Christian denominations, particularly. And then, just at the point where most of the documentary material is being compiled and typed out, I think there are 8 secretaries working there at one time. One of whom is the daughter of Evelyn Waugh. They're very, very connected, these people. Graham Greene was another person associated with this, the literary effort to get the cause recognised. As you get into the 60s, the rise of ecumenism makes the project extremely difficult. And in the mid-60s, you get some of the vice postulators saying, it's not going to work. It's probably over. Public enthusiasm is actually waning, and it appears to be out of step with modern attitudes towards ecumenical reunion. And actually, as you get up to the canonization in 1970, you get this in the newspapers and the Times and so on an almost daily basis, people saying this is no longer the right way to approach interfaith relations. And at the time of the canonization, when Paul VI makes the announcement in St. Peter's, it is actually phrased in ecumenical terms. He says this is not about division among Christians, this is about recognizing the sacrifice of those who in our day would oppose the materialism of the world. And it's a sort of ecumenical cri de coeur, actually. And yes, so as they had to adapt to a changing culture. Yes, a changing culture.
Okay, out of time now. Thank you very much, Michael. Michael Questier. Stay tuned for our next speaker, and after that speaker we'll take a quick break, but stay tuned right now, stay on your seats for Ariel Hessayon, who's in the Department of History at Goldsmiths, University of London. We'll get you lined up.
I'm having to give so many papers recently, I'm losing track of which ones I'm giving. Well, thank you to Simon when he comes back and to everybody else so far today. few prefatory remarks. The first is that the title of my paper has changed slightly, as you can possibly see, to Conjunctions Between Early Modern English Radicalism and Western Esotericism. I won't go into a long-winded explanation because I'm aware that you're probably quite like a cup of tea soon. So I would just say a couple of remarks. Firstly, I think that commemorating the 500th anniversary of the Reformation, thank you, Simon. In my view, in Western Europe, the Reformation is the most important event in terms of its long-term consequences between the fall of the Roman Empire and at least the French Revolution. And my original intention had been to do something that John has already attempted to sketch, which is namely to ask the question to what extent you can see a Reformation happening during the English Revolution of 1641 to 1660. Is there what was called a magisterial and radical Reformation, a sort of more mainstream Reformation and a more extreme Reformation? And as I began toying with this, I thought this is a very large project, and John's already attempted the project, so perhaps it would be superfluous when one person is in the room who's already attempted it to try and give my own version of it. So instead I thought I'd focus particularly on the English Revolution, but what I'd consider to be the main themes that have come out of my research during my career, which is a lot longer than you might think. So in this paper, I'm going to do the following. First of all, I'm going to provide you some working definitions of what are called radicalism and Western esotericism. Both are anachronistic. They're not terms that were used at the time. So it's a lot harder than it might appear. Secondly, I'm going to examine approaches, look at the major ways in which scholars have attempted to study radicalism and esotericism, and suggest some comparisons between those approaches. Thirdly, I'm going to identify key characteristics, what I consider to have been the major features of these forms during the period of 1641 to 1660. Can you all hear me above the rain, I hope? Speak louder still. Okay. It's nothing at all approaching biblical proportions. And finally, I'm going to look at the word conjunctions. Finish by exploring the question of whether there was a strong connection between early modern English radicalism and esotericism, as is usually claimed, or not, which is probably more where I'm leaning towards. You've all heard the term radical. Radical was originally a word relating to a root or roots, which by the early modern period was used particularly in philosophy, astrology and philology, the study of the origins of words. Radical also signified origin, and hence fundamental qualities inherent in the nature or essence of a person or thing. As the historian Conall Condren has observed, however, radical only became a political term associated with thorough or far-reaching political and social reform towards the end of the 18th century. Indeed, it was apparently not until autumn 1819 that radicalism was coined by Jeremy Bentham. Nor was it a univocal word, for within a decade radicalism meant not only the political views of characteristic of radicals, but thoroughness of method as well. So already historians have a problem. Should we talk about the mid-17th century using the language of the late 18th and early 19th century? What problems does it have if we use words that contemporaries didn't use? Are we distorting the past by trying to make it explicable to the present? Now, in terms of major approaches, there have been, I would suggest, three major approaches to the study of early modern English radicalism. I'm not the first person to suggest that, but I do think it's very helpful. Since the work of Christopher Hill, the famous historian of radicalism, the author of The World Turned Upside Down, amongst many other works, particularly the varieties that manifested themselves during the English Revolution, English radicalism has indeed been associated with the world turned upside down. At the conference yesterday, in fact, we saw images of the world turned upside down by the self-proclaimed water poet John Taylor, where all things were inverted, the natural order had been turned upside down. So, to quote the editors of the Biographical Dictionary of British Radicals in the 17th century, radicalism was associated with those who sought fundamental change by striking at the very root of contemporary assumptions and institutions, so as to overturn the status quo and replace it with something uncorrupted, but while looking forward to an anticipated millennium or utopian variant, nonetheless drew inspiration from an imagined past. So it was both looking forwards and backwards. And that looking backwards was equally important. It looked backwards towards a prelapsarian purity of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, the primitive Christianity of the apostles, the unadulterated text of Holy Scripture, the classical republicanism of ancient Rome, the imagined privileges enjoyed by freeborn Anglo-Saxons before the imposition of a so-called Norman yoke, and the fundamental and inalienable provisions of something that we celebrated another mythology 2 years ago, namely Magna Carta, buttressed by precedent, common law and custom. Now, Hill's approach was emblematic of the first of these three categories of what has been called a substantive approach, by which we mean the following: that there was a continuous, identifiable, single English radical tradition, one moreover which stretched from the Peasants' Revolt of 1381 all the way through to the Chartists and the modern working class movement. Now, just going slightly off track, I would say that at a conference celebrating probably the 400th anniversary of the birth of the Leveller leader John Lilburn 2 years ago, it was attended by Jeremy Corbyn before he became leader of the Labour Party, and Jeremy Corbyn was quite insistent that the Levellers were a part of the heritage of the modern Labour Party. A great number of people today associated with the Labour Party, or in the past Tony Benn, would take part in the commemoration of the Levellers, and especially the mutiny at Burford in May. So for them it's very much a part of their tradition. The Diggers too. Now, this is a fabricated tradition, not in the sense entirely of invented, but rather like Michael was saying about Catholic martyrology, but constructed, one that helps explain as much about the present as it does about the past. It's also malleable, it's flexible. And it owes a great deal to the accomplishments of Hill and his colleagues and a group of what was briefly influential, known as the Historians Group of the Communist Party. By contrast to this substantive approach, there's a nominalist approach. This is associated with the revisionists. Their interpretation of English history in early modern England stressed consensus and contingency rather than class or ideological conflict. So it was circumstances that explained political instability, events rather than class. So prominent figures within what might be termed the canonical English radical tradition were regarded as unrepresentative of the conforming, traditionalist, uncommitted majority. For them, the big thing was neutralism. Most people didn't want to take a side, most people were not extreme. Even in the cases of the radicals, it was argued that their extreme opinions were advocated only for a brief period of their lives. Most famously in the dismissal of Gerard Winstanley as basically a radical for only 2 or 3 out of his years. I don't believe it, neither does Chris, we'll return to it later. And that their influence was on society, this was like the Daily Mail version of history, was exaggerated by panicked political people worried about fear of property damage and cautioning about the dangers of introducing religious toleration, read immigrants from modern day, and its corollary moral dissolution. So the idea here is that propaganda has exaggerated the fear of these people and that they were not as important as we might believe. At its most extreme, revisionists shaded into this nominalist approach, the idea that radicalism did not exist until it was named. So because the term was much later, it couldn't possibly have existed. Something existed, but it had been blown out of all proportion. A third way, a more moderate way, is the functionalist, which can be seen as a sort of an intermediary step between the substantive and the nominalist. This argues that radicalism did exist in this period, and at certain times and places, and it should be recognised by the functions it performs. For me, this provides a persuasive explanation for the defeat of radicalism in the aftermath of the English Revolution. So in 1660, radicalism failed because it did not sufficiently delegitimise the old monarchical order, the established church, and the traditional basis of society. In other words, it didn't go far enough. It failed because, unlike in France and the Terror of Robespierre, there was not a wholesale slaughter of royalists. Had there been a complete and utter slaughter of the defeated, radicalism may well have established itself, or, in the case of the French Revolution, become eaten by its own children. So if a measure of canonical English radicalism's transformative potential was not merely to turn the world upside down but to eradicate it, then part of its failure must be attributable to something else that only historians are recently turning attention to: moderation, compromise and restraint, the quest for settlement. Its own ability to seek compromise proved the seeds of its destruction. That's an interpretation. So ultimately in this section I want to suggest that radicalism's helpfulness as a category for explaining the past is problematic. I'm one of these people who's tried not to define radicalism, because every historian who's tried to define radicalism has run into a problem, because nobody likes their definition. So instead, what I want to suggest is the following. It gives with one hand comprehensibility, coherence and homogeneity, but it takes away with the other: anachronism, inconsistency and heterogeneity. Moreover, it's worth emphasising that radicalism is strongly dependent upon context. This was very much the theme of several contributors to a volume I co-edited. And since context matters in distinguishing between, at one extreme, the demand for fundamental revolutionary transformation, and at the other, gradual evolutionary change, it's also helpful in clarifying the mutable relationship between radicalism and reform, which is something I'm going to return to. So, let's park the idea of radicalism for a moment, and bear in mind, of course, that the Reformation definitely had its own radical strand, and talk about something which we are now calling, or at least some people are calling, Western esotericism. And here too we can think about the Reformation. Those of you who are familiar with the Reformation will know that after Luther, after Melanchthon, there are also other figures that used to be called spiritual reformers: Caspar Schwenkfeld, Valentin Weigel, Jakob Böhmer, and in a later iteration, Johann Arndt as well. And some of these people had a notable reception in England during the Revolution, and some a minor reception. Now, what exactly do I mean by esotericism? So, this too has problems in definition. Esoteric technically means philosophical doctrines and so forth appropriate to an inner circle of privileged disciples. Its etymology associates it with Pythagoras' advanced auditors, the esoterics, unlike those hearers under probation who was known as the exoterics. And this reflects both the nouns and the adjectives' use in 17th and early 18th century English. The first recorded English usage that I found, either of esotericism or esotericism with a different spelling, dates from the mid-1830s. So you've got there 1835, 1838. Slightly later than the French, l'esotericism and esoteric in German. Whereas esoteric and exoteric are being used consistently throughout the period, notably by the Cambridge Platonists during the 1650s. The 1660s. So you can see we've got another problem here if we want to talk about esotericism during the English Revolution. Now, Western esotericism is something fairly new in the academy. It's people who couldn't get jobs in the 1960s and the 1970s because they studied things that their colleagues weren't interested in: witchcraft, the occult, alchemy, astrology, etc. So they decided to band together and form a society which would eventually give them enough power to be able to lobby for positions. And now quite a few of them are getting established as historians become much more interested in these things. In fact, I teach a course on magic, alchemy, angels, you name it. But if you're going to teach it, you're going to have to define what on earth it is you're talking about. So I'm going to give you the classic and now much disputed definition of modern Western esotericism. It's called Western so that they don't have to deal about esotericism in Indian religions, which was going to complicate the definition. And this was formulated by the French historian Antoine Fèvre, who was then holder of the chair in the history of esoteric and mystical currents at the Sorbonne. According to Fèvre's working model, it's a form of thought present in Christian culture from the Renaissance until today, which is identifiable by the simultaneous presence of 4 fundamental characteristics, which I've outlined there. The idea of universal correspondences, so this is the idea that things connect with each other. The idea of living nature, which is again quite common today, that nature is really alive, that the earth is actually a function. Think of the Gaia hypothesis, for example, in relation to climate change. The role of mediations in the imagination. This, for example, links it with romantic poetry, Coleridge, for example. This could be considered esoteric. And the experience of transmutation, transformation. So this, for example, helps explain the incorporation of alchemy. In addition, he identified 2 secondary characteristics: the practice of concordance, which I'm not sure what he meant, but if anybody wants to enlighten me, I'm sure that they can, and transmission. Like all traditions, it has to get from A to B, which is fine. This definition has been rightly criticised for being vague, arbitrary, and static, not to say circular, and that it's restrictively chronological and geographical, all of which I think are completely fair. But it was at least an attempt to come up with it. There have been further attempts to define esotericism, and I'll spare you the major sort of... it would take too long to outline them. Instead, what I'm going to identify is the commonly agreed components of Western esotericism. So what is it that we mean when we talk about esotericism? It's a catch-all term, just like radicalism. So it includes magic, alchemy, astrology, the Corpus Hermeticum, which is a series of writings attributed to an Egyptian god called Hermes Trismegistus, which we in fact now know to have been written over about 6 centuries by multiple different hands in different languages. Christian Kabbalah, occult philosophy, so literally hidden philosophy, the reception of the Swiss medical theologian Paracelsus, the Rosicrucian manifestos, which was one of the biggest hoaxes that went out of control of the mid-17th century. There were no real Rosicrucians before anybody tells me that there were. Christian theosophy, Freemasonry in Illuminism in the later century, New Age spirituality, 19th century occultism. Now, interesting things to me as an outsider coming to the study of esotericism, because I'm interested in all these things and many of these things are happening during the English Revolution, is that they've got exactly the same problems defining their field as people interested in radicalism have as well. And I've identified 3 major approaches to the study of Western esotericism, just as there are 3 major approaches to the study of radicalism. And in fact, they're essentially utterly comparable. The first is the religionist, which I think is utterly comparable to the substantive. So the idea for many of the Marxists and their fellow travellers and members of the Labour Party today that there is a coherent substantive radical tradition was very important for their identity. In the same way, a number of people interested in these topics are interested in them because they believe them to be true. They believe that magic works, they believe that alchemy works, they believe in astrology. And they've been called by the by the historian of this subject, Wouter Hanegraaff, the religionist approach. It's characterized, in his words, by an inability, or a summary of his words, an inability to distinguish between the study of esotericism and its practice, often manifested as a spurious claim to superior knowledge of esoteric doctrines and rituals by believers with a proselytizing tendency. For some of these believers, I think they also share another quality with people who were involved in the substantive process with radical history. For the people who believed that radicalism mattered, they were recovering a lost past to challenge what they believed to be the history of the dominant ruling class, a sort of a working class countercultural challenge to a dominant history. In the same way, for religionists, they were trying to recover a past that they believed had been suppressed by ecclesiastical authority, and particularly the Catholic Church. You only have to look at, for example, the popularity of the Da Vinci Code to see how you can have a history that purports to be a secret history that has been suppressed, and that the true history will actually reveal what happened. A second approach, which I think is again a nice persuasive way of looking at the purpose of esotericism, is to think of it as functionalist, by which I mean that esoteric texts images, rituals, musical compositions, artifacts, architectural designs. You look at Freemasonry and garden design, landscape gardens. The best way to think about it is not that it gives us a pathway into the past that's been suppressed, but by the functions it performs. So what I mean is that it's a way in which knowledge is transmitted. These people believed it came from a higher form of knowledge, from deities or angels, etc. But it's a way of transmitting knowledge which goes back to the etymology, the idea of from initiate, from disciple to a disciple, so esoteric in that sense. And here it's worth underlining a point that again is similar to radicalism. This knowledge to the believers is a hidden truth which has the potential to challenge established forms of power, whether that be church power or state power. You think about the banning of astrological prophecies predicting the death of priests and popes and monarchs. It has the power to challenge authority, the power of revelation, to say you have a revelation from God saying that the worldly powers will be shaken. A third approach, again, is comparable to sort of the ultra-revisionist, and that's to say that Western esotericism is a nonsense. It's an academic construction, and it didn't exist until it was named. It doesn't mean anything, it's merely a scholarly construction that exists in the minds of intellectuals and perhaps some of the wider public, but it doesn't actually help us get it any closer to reality. I don't think that's particularly helpful, although I do think that Western esotericism has a serious problem in actually deciding what it is. But I do think that it does actually have something within it that is interesting and that it does need at least talking about in general terms. Now, going back to radicalism and then linking it through. So through my research, I've sort of tried to identify what I think are the major significant components of early modern radicalism, particularly during the English Revolution. For convenience, I've put them in red. I hope you can see them all. And relevant to this centre, I think apocalypticism is absolutely key, and this is of course also present in the Reformation. So claims of divine, messianic or prophetic status. There are people worshipped as God during this period. They're usually imprisoned, I have to say. There are people who claim to be giving birth to the Messiah, and they too are imprisoned. Less extreme than that, there are people claiming to be given extraordinary divine and prophetic gifts, including, it has to be said, the gift of tongues and the ability to speak all languages, but not necessarily to understand what they're saying. That can vary. There is, again, just as with the Reformation, I think a very strong strand of going down rather than across, Christian primitivism. Not just exclusive, I mean, talking to John about this, not just exclusively linked to the radicals, but certainly prevalent in the radicals. So the idea to returning to a pure church uncorrupted by popery is very strong in this period. There is the belief in latter-day apostles. A lot of people in this period are claiming that they are the new apostles. That just as the apostles of Christ had been fishermen and tent makers, such as Paul, so the new chimney sweeps, one thing is a tinker of Bedford, Bunyan, the soap boilers, the mechanics, the tradesmen, these are the new apostles sharing the lowly occupations with Christ's first apostles. Another is community of goods. One only has to think of the diggers on St. George's Hill who share all their goods. In their mind, they're imitating apostolic practice. There is, I've got New Testament experts here, so I need to be very, very cautious in what I say. But as far as I'm aware, there is precedent in the Bible for this belief. They're against, and this is some of John's work here, they're against the persecuting church. The church is not a persecutory church, and they're, in modern language, pacifist. They don't believe in violence, they believe in non-resistance. Not all of them, of course. I mean, I've previously talked about the violence in Thomas Benner's writing, but some of them. Like the Reformation, there is certainly what we today call anti-clericalism, another anachronism. There is a strong resistance to the idea of university-educated clergy. The idea, and you see this today as well, that intellectuals have a monopoly of knowledge. In this period, it's the idea that people who went to university, who understood Latin and Greek and Hebrew, the languages of the Bible and the Vulgate, somehow knew more about the Bible than people who believed themselves to be inspired by Christ at the time. So there's strong opposition. You see this a lot, for example, in Quaker writing. Linked to that was the idea of a clergy that could have tithes. that the laity would give the clergy money. Ministers, in extreme cases, according to the Baptists, had to work with their hands, earn a living, or else they should be sustained through voluntary rather than obligatory contributions. Another strong sense here is a moving from outward forms of religious observance. And here again you see this a lot, for example, in Quakers. So churches no longer become the house of God. For these people, you can worship in the open spaces, you can worship in the fields, you can meet in a house rather than a church. That the church is the believers rather than the structures that's holy. And there's a move against the actual rituals. So the baptism of infants, which we see again in the Reformation, strong resistance to it, and in extreme cases the actual idea of baptism itself. So not even adult baptism is helpful. There is definitely a move against the idea of using the Lord's Supper. Again, Quakerism doesn't have a Lord's Supper. Against the idea of a Book of Common Prayer. Against the idea of the Sabbath on a Sunday, or even in extreme cases that the Sabbath should be celebrated. One sees this in a number of instances in Sabbath breaking. The Diggers, for example, it's often forgotten, England's first communists, that they begin on a Sunday. They break the ground on a Sunday. They're not only communists, but they're Sabbath breakers. The idea of swearing oaths, this again is also very familiar in Quakers. I won't get into too much detail about this one, but there's a very interesting, and just as in the Reformation, relationship to Jewish law. Christians divide Jewish law into the Mosaic, the judicial, and the ceremonial. The Mosaic are the 10 Commandments. The judicial are laws which Christians believe are no longer incumbent upon Christians to observe, but they're still helpful and interesting nonetheless, and the ceremonial are ones in which they should have no function whatsoever. So the 10 Commandments, by and large, most Christians in this period believe still need to be observed, that it would not be a good idea going around killing people and committing adultery and stealing, although some people do all three. The judicial, a good example would be the Blasphemy Act of 1648, and again, which has the death penalty for blasphemy in England, which is prescribed in Leviticus, if I remember correctly. It's not a law that they have to have, but it's a law that they think is useful to have, and then they moderate it to 6 months imprisonment. And the ceremonial is things such as dietary restrictions, restrictions on whether you can wear mixed fibres in your clothing. But it also leads to an alternative, which I haven't talked about, which I'll say very briefly, of Judaizing, of some Christians at the time of the apocalypse actually adopting Jewish customs. So some Baptists will celebrate the Sabbath not on a Sunday, but on a Saturday. In extremis, some men circumcise themselves. Certainly a lot of these people also adopt Jewish dietary customs. There's a black pudding debate about whether you can eat bacon and whether you can eat blood. So this is also happening. Attitudes towards Christian magistrates is also shifting, and again, just as in the Reformation. There is a strong sense here that magistrates, that the state, civil authority, is not to interfere in matters of personal belief, that the liberty of conscience, that individuals have the right to be able to determine their own faith without persecution. And the state eventually moves to the position that so long as a believer keeps that belief private and doesn't disrupt the state, that's fine. As long as you don't try and rebel, you can believe what you want. And they even move away from trying to... there are a couple of test cases that do test their patience. There is a Quaker called James Naylor, some of you may have heard of, who rides into Bristol on horseback in imitation of Christ entering Jerusalem, whose followers claim that he is the new Jesus. They don't execute him, though he does get horribly tortured and mutilated. It's one of those tricky ones for Cromwell. Another thing, and again, just like with the Reformation, there is certainly a willingness to endure persecution amongst these radicals. There is martyrdom in extremis, or in Naylor's case, sufferings. Quakers keep extensive records of their sufferings. While, and John will reaffirm this, nobody is burned at the stake for England during this period. The last person burned at the stake that we know of was in 1612. There will be somebody executed in Scotland for denying the Trinity, but he's not burned at the stake. But they do nonetheless suffer in a number of other ways. Imprisonment, which can be a death sentence given the conditions of prisons in this time. And in fact, More than 1,500 people died as a result of their imprisonment shortly after the Restoration. Fines, so you can be reduced to penury. Whipping certainly happens. Branding with a letter B for blasphemer happens very rarely, but it still happens. Exile. Some people are sent to the Caribbean for their beliefs at this period, which, given the conditions of the time, was again possibly akin to a death sentence. And there's a culture of record keeping. For the first time, the sort of creation of a martyrology. Again, the Quakers are the best at this, in sort of keeping a record of all these sufferings. Just as with the Reformation, another really important sense is the individual rather than the community. Communities are important, but individual experience is now also extremely important. So, conversion narratives, this sense of introspection, melancholy, severe depression, before a transformation. There are reported spiritual deaths and rebirths, to use the language of Quakerism, convincement. And for a number of people, there is a belief that they're actually being guided by the Holy Spirit or the inner light of Christ within them. There's also, and literary scholars have done magnificent work in bringing this out, certainly radical and new forms of literary expression. There's new prose and verse style. This is probably, I would say, the most vibrant period. People who've worked on Elizabethan drama will probably disagree, but I'm going to repeat myself. This is probably the most vibrant, certainly for prose, the most vibrant period of English prose for a long period. It's the age of Milton, but a whole host of other writers as well in verse. There's the development of vocabulary specific to religious communities and movements, including the invention of new words to help describe their experiences. So there's certainly something radical happening with language at this point. There's also proselytizing. There's attempts to justify the idea that lay people can preach, not just the clergy, which is something we see in the Reformation. Experts in the Reformation may be able to help me out with this. I don't know about female preaching in the Reformation, but here there is certainly justification of female preaching. There are Baptists who preach who are women, there are Quaker women. There is certainly much more equality amongst the sects, so-called, for women than there is in the traditional Church of England. There is the use of emissaries and ministers to spread the word through preaching, and particularly important, the use of, just as in the Reformation, the use of print and the circulation of manuscript copying to spread the word. There is a reformist agenda. There are attempts for reforms in agriculture, in constitution, sometimes forgotten educational, as well as in the church. Electoral, one thinks of the famous Putney debates. Legal, harking back to this so-called Norman yoke. But also, and this is sometimes forgotten at the same time, medical. Traditional medicine is Galenic, it's humoral, it thinks of the four humours, and this challenges the monopoly of the College of Physicians through Paracelsian medicine. Major attempts at social reform, alleviating the state of the poor, putting them to work. Ideas of taxation reform, trade. I haven't actually got in there. Prison reform. This is a period, it's often forgotten, you can be imprisoned for debt. So I think by that token, all students should go to jail. An argument for free education, if ever I heard one. As well as that, there are polemical constructions and stereotypes when one thinks of their enemies. Now, the enemies represent them very much in a tradition of writing, anti-heretical writing that goes all the way back to Epiphanius of Salamis, but more famously Augustine against the Manichees and others. And Anne Hughes has shown very well how the writers against these people, the anti-heretical writers, are drawing on a tradition in the mid-17th century. And of course, one also has to think of Luther, and particularly Calvin, writing against exactly the same type of people, what they believe to be the same type of people. Now, this has a number of characteristics, and one of the most interesting things about what their enemies say about them is not that what they say is accurate, because often it's not. It's that if you reverse what they say, in fact, if you invert it, you get a model of what their enemies believe to be the perfect truth. So in fact, they see these errors as an inversion of the perfect church, of the perfect individual. These enemies use a lot of labels to help categorization. So there's a whole load of long lists of various denominations and sects, which have no bearing on reality, but they help their enemies get a sense of navigating their way through these. And what is it they emphasize? They emphasize blasphemous religious beliefs and rituals, diabolic inspiration, sinful conduct, especially sexual immorality. Baptists are often accused of male Baptist preachers are baptizing women in rivers and then having sex with them afterwards because their clothes are wet and they have to take them off. Just read Daniel Featley's Dip is Dipped, it's all there. Mental instability, that you have to be mad to join one of these religions, that these people aren't honest, they're liars, they're dissimulators, not only that, but they're disloyal to the state, and that believing in this will actually lead to the world turned upside down disorder. So as I've said, if you reverse all that, you get divine truth, religious orthodoxy, constant devotion, sexual probity, virtuous conduct, and faithfulness. So, to bring it all together and try and conclude, it used to be argued that radicalism and esotericism were very strongly linked. And the reason for that is that historians have been misled by the evidence. So one contemporary called about the magical, familistical, levelling temper of the times, the idea of linking magic with levelling and heresy simultaneously. And the reason they're linked is because of the propaganda campaign in the late 1650s and particularly the 1660s. In the 1660s, radicalism was dangerous. The way that you rendered it less dangerous was to delegitimize it, to attack it. At the same time, there was also the sense that Catholicism was considered to be a superstition, an arcane way. Magic, alchemy, the occult could all be used to destabilize the state. So if you could ridicule them too and link them with radicalism, you could get rid of both potential threats simultaneously. So there was a concerted attempt by enemies of radicals to link it with magic, alchemy and astrology because of their potential. But a thorough study for me has shown that early modern English radicalism isn't particularly linked to esotericism. That doesn't mean to say that it's not always linked. I've studied some great cases of people who are into magic, alchemy, astrology, and at the same time are also politically radical, but they are unrepresentative. What's interesting is that, as I said in my second point, most of the evidence suggests that the esoteric is not radical, but reformist. It's looking for a better world, most certainly, but gradually rather than revolutionary, not instantaneously, but slowly. And that this ties in with Francis Bacon's idea of a great instauration, the idea of, going back to John's paper earlier, about a millennium that's fit for Jesus to come back to, that the world should be made a better place through improving agriculture, improving the cities, but slowly and gradually using magic and everything else as part of a scientific discourse, slowly. It's reform, not radical. There's the stigma part, and the exceptions are all more or less interesting for going against the grain. There's a final point. The most, in terms of source material, the best source material for radicals is the Bible. If you read the Bible in the right way, it has the radical potential greater than any other text. Of course, there are arguments against radicalism in the Bible too, but there's very little in the Bible that one could use for source material for esotericism. So in that sense, radicalism is more potent than esotericism, and esotericism is being misrepresented and should be seen more as a reformist current. I'll conclude there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariel. Questions for Ariel, please. Justin.
Thank you very much. I thoroughly enjoyed that. And if I just a couple of things related to your understanding of radical. The way you were defining the radicals during the period that you're looking at, are you then leaving out perhaps groups who may have been a cause of considerable anxiety but wouldn't tick your boxes? So I'm thinking about anti-Trinitarians who might be Nicodemites in some ways. In other words, they don't want to set up a separate thing. They perhaps work within structures, even though occasionally something like Biddle or whatever will become a victim of people disliking this kind of approach. I mean, is that a problem for you, that groups who cause considerable anxiety wouldn't fit into your radical definition.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for helping me clarify. I do consider Biddle and the anti-Trinitarians to be radical. I gave you what other historians consider to be radical, and I said that I didn't define it. My sense of radical is contextual. So I believe that individuals aren't born radical and die radical. They have, rather like Jonathan Scott has suggested, they have radical moments. At certain moments, they are radical in relation to the context of that period. So in a society where everybody's an anti-Trinitarian, for example, parts of Transylvania in the mid-17th century, John Biddle would not be radical. Yeah. But in 1640s and 1650s England, his theology is certainly radical. It's extremely radical and extremely dangerous. It's less radical in a society that tolerates it and doesn't indulge it than it is in a society that persecutes it. So in the context, Biddle is absolutely radical.
But in your, maybe I wasn't following closely enough, but you had a list of, you know, we talked about educational and various reforms and things. Yeah. That seemed to assume, you know, separate. I know these are, is this a kind of...
It's an overview.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where would Biddle fit in that? Where would
I suppose he... I mean, the idea of... I think earlier you had an idea of a separate, the idea of worshipping in separate places, that sort of thing. Are you having a kind of polythetic definition, so one that has kind of identifiable features, but not necessarily somebody hasn't got to have all of these?
Absolutely, yeah.
It doesn't even have to have any particular...
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, what word did you use,
Polythetic definitions.
I didn't know that, but that's perfect, yeah.
Okay, well, in fact, I wrote an article on magic where I define it polythetically, which you might find interesting.
Yeah, no, I mean, I didn't know the word, but it's exactly how I attempted when I had the problem of dealing with the ranters, that you have all these features and characteristics, and no one individual is going to tick all your boxes. There isn't a ranter archetype. There isn't an archetype that will do all these boxes, but there are people who will tick some of our boxes, who some of the time will sound like some of these people, and that's good enough some of the time.
And related to that, one other thing, when you had the list, with the back to the health and education, all that sort of stuff, there's one element to this which strikes me as being rather vital, but sometimes it's not passed over because people have paid attention to it, but it's the kind of embodied nature of the radicalism. So things like for the Quakers, things like this rhetoric of impoliteness, as Bauman called it, or their speech ways, the fact they adopt these weird ways of talking and all the rest of it, which seem to be pointing more to kind of a much bigger kind of world-shaping sort of attempts at an identity. And I just wondered how that fitted in. Is that just another...
In the new forms of prose, verse, literary expression and vocabulary.
Do you think it goes a bit beyond that, though, when people are actually kind of... the way they even interact with other people?
Yeah, I mean, because that's modes of address, the deeing and the dowing, the lack of doffing their caps. I mean, but that's social as well as verbal.
Right, okay.
If that makes sense. It's certainly radical, but it doesn't, it's not... I mean, silence is also radical.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
Quaker silence is another...
And very apocalyptic.
Yes.
Right, okay. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks.
Chris.
So much I could say. Thank you very much. That was fascinating. I don't know a great deal about him, but just take an example from the immediate aftermath of the Reformation in the 16th century, John Dee, who was esoteric.
Yes.
I think he was a radical. Do you? I mean, perhaps you could just say what...
I don't know enough about Dee to be able to claim that either. Dee is famous as a magician in the time of Queen Elizabeth. Famously goes off to mad Emperor Rudolph in Prague, comes back, has most of his books and libraries burnt. Many of his manuscripts survive now in the British Library. Radical in a political sense or radical in a social sense?
Well, I'm just thinking where you ended up was there's a kind of distinction between it. But I'm absolutely clear that somebody who thinks he's an Enoch and kind of can commune with another world and can speak in strange tongues and this kind of thing is as esoteric as you come, according to your list.
Absolutely.
And I think
he's politically radical as well.
Whether he is actually politically involved I don't know. I suspect not. I don't know. But I think he potentially is also a radical, and radical is an appropriate way of describing somebody whose ideas were subversive as his.
I would say two things. One, I don't know enough about D. Two, what I said was I absolutely accept that there are people who are, they're exceptions and they're extreme cases who tick all our boxes. People like one person I've written a book on who ticks practically all, who isn't Justin's word that I've forgotten, he ticks nearly all of these boxes. And D would possibly, I don't know enough, be another. But what I'm saying is because these are exceptions who go against they're not typical of the general trends, but they certainly exist. That would be my way of saying it.
Okay, but we're out of time now. Thank you, thank you, Ariel.
Okay.
And we're going to take another short break. I want to be strict about when we come back because I want to catch Andrew in Illinois. We have a fantastic presenter at the end of the day, not to be missed. So let's take a 10-minute stretch legs and back in 10 minutes. So that's at 5 past. Thank you. Okay, everyone, if we could take your seats again, please. All right, let's get started. Just a quick reminder, the evaluation forms. If you haven't filled out an evaluation form, please do. Our next presenter is Andrew Weeks, who is at Illinois State University. He was due to be with us, and he unfortunately decided he couldn't come because he's recovering from an illness. I've seen this next presentation. It's absolutely wonderful. So bear with me, and we will be Skyping with him right after this. We practiced yesterday, so I'm quite hopeful it's going to work. So here he is, Andrew Weeks.
Well, good morning or good evening, as the case may be. First, I'd like to express my gratitude for the invitation to speak at this conference. I'm only sorry that I can't be there in person.
Can we turn it up more?
I have gone online and I've seen what an attractive venue it is, that it attracts very intelligent audiences, and I will have that in mind as I speak. My area of scholarship is early modern German literature, with emphasis on dissent in the Reformation and post-Reformation periods, especially Paracelsus, Valentin Weigel, and Jakob Böhme, and more recently the Historia von Dr. Johann Faustian, the anonymous German Faust book of 1587, which was the most influential German fictional work of the century, really emblematic for the German Reformation century, as well as the prototype of Marlowe's Dr. Faustus. You have a handout with those dates on back. In editing and translating early German literature, I've often had the problem of reconstructing historical context. The dissenters who are defined as mystics are placed into a timeless, otherworldly category. Paracelsus has been subsumed under the heading of the Renaissance, which deprives him of a context that could make sense of his writings. There's a similar problem with the Faust book. The cliché presents Faust as a man of the Renaissance, who makes a deal with the devil and is consigned to hell by Lutheran obscurantism. Some scholars consider that the terms Renaissance and Reformation distort our perspective. I agree. Polarized thinking was a powerful force in the 16th century, but we need to resist the resonance of its polar dichotomies, to cite the theme of this conference. The dichotomies can be especially misleading in the study of 16th century German literature. Scholars don't ignore the Reformation, but they oversimplify its impact. Authors are assigned to this or that camp. Hans Sachs writes about the Wittenberg Nightingale. He's pigeonholed as an inspired Lutheran. The Faust book damns its knowledge-seeking doctor to hell. This is taken as a token of the anti-humanistic bias of Lutheran orthodoxy. The Faust book can be read in a different light. So can 16th century German literature, and with it the Reformation itself as a literary movement born by the word. By taking a critical approach to obscure writings and widening the scope to other 16th century German literature, and with it to the Reformation itself, we can shine a light into some corners and crevices that help constitute the topography of the age. This is, of course, not the whole or only picture. Any subject of such vast magnitude as the Reformation can be viewed in multiple ways, and certainly not only from the vantage of a Luther or a Calvin. The traditional 1517 narrative is centered on great leaders. When we look at the popular or dissenting literature of the era, the details tell another story. The narrative that I have in mind is about ground-level antagonisms, not great leaders. To offer some background, I'll begin with a 19th century approach to the Reformation, which was reformulated by eminent scholars in the 1980s and 90s, namely that the German Reformation was more a movement against than a movement for, that it was not so much drawn to a new Lutheran theology as driven by an older, widespread anti-clericalism, that is, by popular hostility to priests, monks, and church officials, by anger at the privileges they enjoyed, the ignorance and corruption they exhibited, and the burdens they imposed. This was not the atheistic anti-clericalism of later times, but a rejection, often religiously motivated, of false sanctity. It's no contradiction to pine for a more secure faith and despise the clergy that fails to administer it. I want to emphasize this point because the negative impulses I focus on are not intended to deny the central role of faith and hope in the Reformation, but the violence and hatred it led to are undeniable. We can see the violence and scatological woodcuts, such as the birth and origin of monks. You have that on the back of your handout. The devil is defecating monks. It's a repulsive image. But I want to make a case in my presentation that bitter opposition could take many forms and that it was also a creative force, even in areas beyond theology. But first, a few words about the evolution of the concept. In the 19th century, the role of hostility to the clergy was recognized by conservative German historians, by the Protestant Leopold von Ranke and the Catholic Johannes Janssen. Toward the end of the 20th century, Robert Scribner, Heiko Obermann, and Hans-Jürgen Goertz relabeled and revised the profile of medieval and early modern anti-clericalism. Whereas in the older studies, it was possible to see it as a symptom of Luther's Reformation, the more recent studies reversed the order. A volume co-edited by Obermann and Dykema traced the popular hostility to priests back through the Middle Ages, with many examples of anti-clerical movements and themes in literature. There are roots in the Hebrew Bible, where the prophet is esteemed above the priest, and in the Gospels, where Jesus denounces high priests and Pharisees. Now let's keep that pairing in mind, since we'll hear it again. Priests and Pharisees, scribes and Pharisees. Scribner details specific causes of anti-clericalism, from the abuse of power and economic privilege to sexual predation. There are spectacular anti-clerical upheavals before 1517. As for Luther, Goertz contended that his seminal Reformation writings could be, and indeed were, read as anti-clerical manifestos, whether or not this was his intention. It doesn't make sense to assume that the ensuing uproar was a heated embrace of Lutheran doctrines. These were still uncatechized in the years after 1517. Even decades later, official church visitations found that many parishioners had little grasp of Lutheran doctrine. The popular tumult of the early Reformation was not doctrinal. It fell into an older pattern of oppositional stirrings against the church and its representatives, a pattern that long preceded Luther. Such things had happened before, now they were happening again, but with a vengeance. We might compare the Reformation to a revolution, which begins with widespread opposition to the aristocracy. At first, there are subversive jokes and grumbling about the aristocrats. As soon as hatred is focused on the king, the upheaval takes a radical turn. The despised class is overthrown. An exalted sense of freedom triumphs. Then factions arise, devoted to conflicting ideals of the new order. One faction becomes dominant. It suppresses the others. The underdogs then turn the old anti-aristocratic polemic against the new authority. This sounds terribly Marxist, but it's the Reformation as understood by the conservative 19th century Catholic historian Johannes Janssen. If we replace the second estate or aristocracy with the first, or clergy and the king with the pope, we have what Janssen called the ecclesiastic political revolution. German literature offers ample evidence of anti-clericalism before 1517. In 1494, the popular Sebastian Brandt complains in The Ship of Fools that the devil is shitting on us with priests. Der Teufel bescheißt uns wohl mit Pfaffen, apparently a popular image. Erasmus regrets that the words priest and monk have become terms of abuse. The Strasbourg preacher Geiler von Kaisersberg and the satirist Johannes Pauli echo back the equivalent complaints of the clergy. You lay folk hate us priests, and the hatred between us is old. Harassing the clerics had a ritualized aspect to it, according to Scribner. There was an element of fun in priest baiting. In literature, priests are presented as venal, lascivious, and ignorant. Not only in German literature, think of the Decameron or the Canterbury Tales. The humanist Heinrich Bebel claims that one poorly educated priest failed to exorcise a demon because the devil was repulsed by his wretched Latin and refused to exit the body. Another of Bebel's stories about a Jew's conversion after visiting corrupt Rome suggests that Boccaccio, with his virulent priest and monk baiting, was a source of ammunition. This was before 1517, but similar humorous anecdotes were still being written in mid-century about dim, venal, and lascivious clerics by the Alsatian Jörg Vikram. It isn't always easy to tell whether Vikram's clerics are Protestant or Catholic. The type remains much the same. The German Pfaff can mean priest or pastor. Scribner argued that the old medieval anti-clericalism was simply redirected against the new Protestant clergy. However, Goetz is surely right that medieval resentments acquired a new ferocity when Luther proclaimed that the highest cleric of them all, the Pope, was none other than the Antichrist. It was a watershed when Luther turned the spotlight on the problematic relation of religious authority and secular power and rejected the separate superior status of the clergy. I will come back to this Lutheran escalation and its relevance to the anti-authoritarianism of popular literature and speculative dissent. But first, let's consider some common value judgments associated with anti-clericalism. Disdain for the clergy was associated with contempt for the learned and with advocacy of the unlearned laity. Christ had denounced high priests, Pharisees, and scribes. In German, the scribes are Schriftgelehrte, scholars of Scripture. Clerk means both cleric and scholar. A German proverb, popular throughout the century, knew that the more learned, the more perverted. Since theology was the highest form of knowledge, the learned clergy could claim to be the ultimate educated class. A defensive popular reaction therefore maintained that the layperson was superior in both piety and wisdom to the hypocritical priest and foolish scholar. All these facets fit into a composite type. The false pretenders to sanctity and wisdom are lording it over the lay folk, who are neither stupid nor in need of venal blessings. The priests and scholars are birds of a feather, thick as thieves, and the worst of the lot are the sons of the common people who have been corrupted by the Latin schools and universities. Literary examples can bring these types to life. A subclass of learned scoundrels consists of students. They wander about, begging and cheating the peasants, just as the clerics exploit laymen and seduce their wives. A carnival play by Hans Sachs has both types, the scoundrel student and the lascivious Pfaff. It begins with a rendezvous of the cleric with a peasant's wife in her house. A cunning student stops by to beg for alms. When the husband comes home unexpectedly, the Pfaff hides in a crawl space. The student boasts to the husband that he knows many arts, including the arts of magic. The husband challenges the student to conjure forth the devil for him. Pretending to do so, the student liberates the soot-blackened Pfaff as the devil's stand-in and blackmails the peasant's wife for alms. In another anecdote from the humanist Bebel, A student boasts to a wagoner that he has mastered the 7 arts as well as the art of magic. The wagoner replies that his trade enables him to feed his wife and 7 children, which is more than the student could accomplish with all his arts. I mention these anecdotes because they are relevant to the Faust legend. The early versions of the legend show his profile as that of a wandering astrologer and magus, not entirely unlike the errant scholars of Babel and Sachs. As we noted, Gertz contends that anti-clericalism gained explosive force under the impact of Luther's attack on the Pope and his minions. One of the most popular and widely imitated pamphlets of the early Reformation is a debate between the rustic and wise peasant Karst Hans and the chief anti-Lutheran polemicist Thomas Murner. Karst Hans's son is a servile student who has come under Murner's influence. Though the son has been corrupted by the shallow sophistry of the churchmen, the gruff but sensible plowman demolishes their false arguments and wins the debate for Lutheranism. There is a subgenre of such dialogues, among them Sachs's dialogue of a shoemaker and a canon, and Nicholas Manuel's play about a vendor of indulgences who is outwitted by clever peasant women. The common people always outsmart the educated yet cynical and venal clerics. Sanctity and education are exposed as tools of worldly power and material profit. Education corrupts. The massive Lutheran compendium of diabolism, the Theatrum Diabolorum, includes among all its devils of vanity, false sanctity, and greed, the satanic influence of higher education, which perverts the best and brightest youth. The authors, eminent and learned Lutheran churchmen, conclude that it is better to have learned nothing at all than to have learned many things that must be unlearned. Now, this is not a polemic against Catholic education. The authors know that even a Protestant university can pervert the innocent. We need to bear in mind the decadence of Wittenberg University, its riotous and profligate students who offended Lutheran sensibilities, as well as Christ's denunciations of scribes and Pharisees echoed in Lutheran propaganda. The monitory examples in the Theatrum Diabolorum include the shifting profile of a Faust, who by the second half of the century is solidifying from legend to archetype. The 1587 Faust is no longer a wandering scholar. He starts as a diligent student of the Bible and earns a doctorate of theology in Wittenberg before going astray. As people said, the more learned, the more perverted. Whether the subject is students, clergymen, dissenters, or witches, everything becomes more polarized in the charged fields of confessional schism. The devil is no longer a mere comic foil as in Babel's exorcism. Satan dominates the confessional battleground and determines the prevailing logic. How is it possible, one might ask, that institutions and individuals which had once embodied sanctity could become enemies of the true faith? Answer: they must have sold out to Satan. The Protestant playwright now Georgus concludes that the papal church had entered into a pact with the devil. Satirical Protestant broadsides purport to be letters sent by Satan to my dear brother the Pope. The Lutheran humanist Nicodemus Frischlin writes a play in which the evil one seduces Protestant dissenters to become critical of Luther. Of course, the same weapons of demonization of the clergy and the educated are available to all. First, they are applied by the laity to the clergy, then by reformers against papists, after that by papists and dissenters against Luther and his followers, and finally, coming full circle, the demonization embitters quarrels within mainstream Lutheranism. And I should explain, by mainstream I mean whichever Lutheran faction dominates the seats of influence, and after 1577, those Lutherans who subscribe to the state-enforced formula of concord. Since the mainstream is allied with worldly power, it was a prime target for dissent. This was the great age of demonization. One case in point is of interest because of its notoriety and resemblance to the profile of the 1587 Faust, Andreas Osiander. As a reformer of Nuremberg, He was among the leading lights of early Lutheranism. In 1547, the Lutheran territories were defeated by their Catholic emperor. They came under pressure to compromise with the Roman Church. Melanchthon, who had succeeded Luther in leadership, was inclined to accept compromise. Others resisted. Bitter quarrels ensued, the so-called Gnesio-Lutheran controversies. Osiander was among the stalwarts. He left Nuremberg in protest and found sanctuary and favor with the Lutheran Duke of Prussia in Königsberg. There he taught and preached his doctrine of the indwelling justice of Christ in the believer, which unfortunately for him attracted the critical scrutiny of Prussian Lutheran churchmen. With the support of the Duke, Osiander published his doctrine and sought to justify it to his Lutheran co-religionists. A fierce international controversy broke out. Osiander was besieged from all sides for deviating from the accepted doctrine of a justification which is not earned or owned, but merely attributed to the believer by God. The quarrel got ugly. Osiander was spared the worst by his early death. Now, in recalling this, it might sound as if he was a pure victim, but Osiander could give as well as he got, and his relationship with the Duke was also a matter of criticism, criticism because of the alliance of faith with power. A Faust-like legend sprang up around Osiander. It was said that he had the support of satanic dogs. They cribbed his theology in private while Osiander appeared in public. It was said that shortly before his death, he bellowed like an ox as the devil tore him, like the hapless Faust, down into hell, and that his corpse bore the signs of satanic violence. His strict Lutheran opponent, Matthias Flacius Illyricus, called him a dog doctor and a millefex, or magician of 1,000 tricks, recognizable by his claws. Osiander was not the only Protestant theologian who could have served as a prototype for the 1587 Faust, who is no longer an obscure outsider, but introduced in chapter 1 as a Wittenberg doctor of theology, a typical target for anti-clerical sentiment. Osiander's eventual successor, Paul Skalik, was another Lutheran theologian who dabbled in suspicious esoteric studies. The researches of Dixon and Scribner have documented that there were other Lutheran pastors who engaged in folk magic and alchemy. Robin Barnes has shown recently that astrology was more warmly embraced in Lutheran circles than in Catholic or Calvinist ones. Whoever wrote Faust had many prototypes to choose from. I mentioned at the outset that the anonymous 1587 Faust book is traditionally understood as an expression of narrow-minded Lutheran orthodoxy. The scholar who signs a pact with the devil to gain forbidden knowledge is assumed to be based on a Renaissance philosopher such as Agrippa von Nettesheim, Tritemius, or Paracelsus. Faust's damnation is thought to reflect the triumph of bigotry over natural curiosity, Reformation over Renaissance. Now, these are possible interpretations with some foundation in the text, but their validity is far from self-evident. An opposing view has more basis in the text and in its historical context, namely that the Wittenberg Doctor of Theology is the projection of a widespread late Reformation anti-clericalism. In the earlier legends, Luther or Melanchthon were given assertive roles. The seduced victim of the devil pact had base, yet intelligible, motives for signing away his soul. With the 1587 Faust, neither Luther, Melanchthon, nor any official or institution of the Church plays the slightest role. Only an old layman neighbor of Faust tries to save him. The decency and piety of the laity was the defining contrast of a clergy thought to be arrogant and aloof. Nothing explains Faust's downward trajectory better than his single-minded ambition in his studies. We know his type, and so did the 16th century. He is a striver, or academic social climber, perfectly cut out for the proverbial equation of the learned with the perverted. During the 19th century, during the quarrel between Protestant Prussia and the Catholic Church, Janssen organized evidence from church visitation reports and Lutheran church officials from the 16th century in order to document late Reformation era anti-clericalism. The evidence suggests that, as Melanchthon put it, the people hated us, that is, the new Lutheran clergy. The anonymous Faust book author was a man of Lutheran convictions, who for that very reason might have wanted to dispatch a Wittenberg theologian to hell. A confirmed believer may be all the more likely to resent the clash of principles and practice and to despise a church elite that enjoyed a new power and privilege. And the publisher of the Faust book was a Lutheran who indeed did suffer under Lutheran church censorship, had to move his press to another city. So there would have been motives in the background for resenting the official clergy, even on the part of a convinced Lutheran. The Protestant elite did register the affront. August Lerchheimer, a professor and adherent of Melanchthon, wrote the earliest book review. He condemned the Faust book as an affront to his confession. Frank Barron has shown that the mainstream pastorate in Protestant cities intervened to ban the printing. Why would the pastorate have banned a book expressing its own point of view? They must have sensed that the Faust book was directed against them, not against their Renaissance opposite numbers. Yet many German scholars still see the 1587 Faust book as an embodiment of a narrow, orthodox Lutheran mentality. Why is this dichotomy so attractive to us as scholars? The brutality of Faust's damnation has led scholars to argue, interestingly, that the anonymous author was implicitly taking aim at witches who met a brutal end at the hands of 16th century Christians, or attacking Melanchthonian humanism, or condemning dissent and nonconformity in general. No one with a humane sensibility can fail to take sides with persecuted witches. But as an approach to the Faust book, this lacks textual evidence. The anti-humanist interpretation is no less flawed. The dichotomy of tolerant humanism versus intolerant orthodoxy doesn't hold up in the late Reformation. The humanistically inclined Melanchthon supported burning the dissenter Servetus at the stake, while mainstream Lutherans, signers of the Formula of Concord, though certainly no less capable of intolerance, welcomed the dissenter Giordano Bruno during his brief, happy tenure at the University of Wittenberg. Bruno was forced out when the Melanchthonians made a comeback. The notion that in the 16th century a monolithic orthodoxy faced off against a liberal Renaissance humanism embodied in Melanchthon or in the figure of Faust doesn't hold water. And since the subject of this conference is the resonance of the Reformation, I want to interject here that a current rejection of traditional religious institutions projects itself back into the polarized understanding of orthodoxy, which in turn is reflected in a simplistic vilification of Christian authority figures today. Scenarios of good guys versus bad guys are the mark of kitsch in popular culture. Why should they make sense in history? So-called orthodoxy bore many faces. Orthodoxy, anti-clerical opposition, and dissent could all be quite ugly, but they also bore positive fruit in doctrine, literature, and speculative thought. Now, my main research is on speculative Reformation descent from Paracelsus, Frank, and Weigel to Burma. They are a case in point of the distorting influence of dichotomies. The dissenters were in no position to enact brutal measures, but their rhetoric also invoked hell and damnation and decried opponents as the devil and Antichrist. Above all, anti-clericalism was a driving force in their dissent. The 100 years from the earliest radical writings of Paracelsus to the final defense and death of Burma from 1524 to 1624 mark a unique subcurrent of the Reformation. Launched by theological dissent, it also encompassed medicine, nature philosophy, theory of knowledge, social and ecclesiastic reform, alchemy, and magic. Their speculative dissent defies the neat division between Renaissance and Reformation and the quaint characterization of the mystic as quietist. The Reformation was preceded by diffuse demands for church reform. Lutheran doctrine was shaped by opposition to its clerical opponents. So too, I suspect, was the most influential German literary work of the century. Now I want to make the same case for the German dissenters who have been my point of departure in my research. In our analogy, the Reformation as revolution devoured its own children. Those who were sidelined redirected the old polemic against the new authority. An anonymous fiction accuses a comrade of a treasonous pact. This is the Faust book. But let's say that there are also a few radical critics who respond to disillusionment by challenging received notions of metaphysics, humanity, and nature, the Frankfurt School of the Reformation, so to speak. They confront the contradictions of their world by turning inward and rethinking everything. Their positive theories are not intelligible without recourse to the negative impulse at their root. Consider the dissenters' elevation of the inner over the outer, the inner word over the literal word, and the inner world over outer worldliness. In emphasizing the inner over the outer, they were not observing that human sentience is subcutaneous. Inner doesn't mean inner. It means the opposite of conformity. Inner is the antithesis of enforced doctrines, prescribed ceremonies, and authoritarian sermons. The inner is the realm of individual conviction and conscience, defined in opposition to the oppressive clergy and scholars who set doctrine and persecute deviation. Valentin Weigel was a Lutheran.
This is the one thing you can't plan for.
Continue?
World over outer worldliness. In emphasizing the inner over the outer, they were not observing that human sentience is subcutaneous. Inner doesn't mean inner. It means the opposite of conformity. Inner is the antithesis of enforced doctrines, prescribed ceremonies, and authoritarian sermons. The inner is the realm of individual conviction and conscience, defined in opposition to the oppressive clergy and scholars who set doctrine and persecute deviation. Valentin Weigel was a Lutheran pastor and secret dissenter who gave the concept of interiority its greatest sophistication. He was familiar with St. Augustine, Hugh of St. Victor, Meister Eckhart, Paracelsus, and Sebastian Frank. He wrote that all seeing is in the eye, and all knowing in the knower. All knowledge arises within. What knows in the knower is the God within. But if the mind lacks self-knowledge and the eye is darkened by hatred, what it discerns in the word or in the world is only anger and hatred. Weigel's prefaces and asides to the reader leave no doubt against whom and for whom his books were written. They are intended to help the layperson, as he puts it, to banish all the high doctors and worldly scholars and castigate the theologians of Antichrist, whom Weigel blames for discord and religious war caused by the yoking of faith to power. The earliest of Paracelsus's writings attack clerical authority and arrogate it to the lay author. There are two sources of authority, the light of nature and that of the Holy Spirit. Both proceed from God. Material nature assimilates to divine nature. As with the Holy Trinity, nature consists of three transcendent things: sulfur, mercury, and salt. They are modeled on combustion, which constitutes all things as process and transformation. Without rejecting the Trinity, Paracelsus struggles to define a female aspect of the deity and assign her a role in the generation of the Son of God. Interpreting and defending a female aspect of divinity preoccupies dissenters in this tradition until Boehme's final year. This is a descending current of the Reformation which takes Luther's word for granted that there is a universal priesthood of Bible-reading common people. But this forgotten Reformation goes further by asserting that the common mind can disclose the secrets of Scripture and nature. If the Faust book was a foil for popular anti-clericalism, which I think it was, the speculative dissenters could perhaps be cast as a real-life equivalent of the transgressive inquirer of the Faust legend. Inevitably, they clashed with the mainstream. Sooner or later, they were all denounced as heretics. And small wonder. Not only did their writing exude fierce anti-clerical diatribes, their ideas translated this same animus into positive concepts. Their concepts were molded to assert the authority of the laity against the clergy in much the same way that Luther's doctrines were structured to defeat his papal opponents. Luther's writings of 1520 are polemical, written out of engagement in an all-consuming struggle. He did not theologize in a vacuum. Scholars don't agree when his core doctrines became fixed. It wasn't before 1520. But this much is certain. Deprived of the righteousness of works, the entire monastic institution and economy of salvation were shorn of legitimacy. All those monks born from the devil's sphincter lost their reason to exist. All the priests celebrating Mass and exacting penance became the devil's agents. Bernd Müller gives us the date, August 1520, in the passage, the first section of Luther's letter to the German nobility, a work which engages in none of the customary priest and monk baiting, none of those crude diatribes, but instead deprives the entire First Estate of all of its legal basis, all its reason to exist. The First Estate, with all its dependents and properties, is superseded by what Luther calls the universal priesthood of the baptized. This is followed by his demonization of the Pope and his burning of canon law. And whatever his intention, Luther's displacement of authority was nothing less than revolutionary. As happens in revolutions, the dissenters went further. Where professional theologians based their authority on training and tradition, the laity could claim direct access to the Holy Spirit, Scripture, nature, and an inalienable self-knowledge. Paracelsus applied himself to a more natural understanding of theology and a new understanding of nature. His theories were constructed to confirm the possibility of this sort of direct knowledge by a mind illuminated by the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is inevitably involved. His influence was vast. Scholars have made the same mistake with him as with the Faust book. They have categorized him as a representative of the Renaissance who learns his basics from Neoplatonism and speculates about microcosm and macrocosm, concepts incidentally which were completely unobjectionable to Luther. A long tradition of scholarship has defined him in opposition to an inhumane, nature-denying obscurantism of Luther's Reformation. In England, this was the influential approach of the admirable Walter Pagel, a refugee from Nazi Germany. His view was untenable. Paracelsus's earliest writings are theological, inspired by Luther. They introduce themes and terms which are woven into the fabric of his mature thought. His naturalization of theology, his doctrine of the two lights, even his partial feminization of the divine being, all these tendencies, as well as his peculiar adaptation of microcosm and macrocosm, rest on the assumption that anyone, lay or learned, has an immediate access to every aspect of being. Nothing but common sense suggests to him that even a divine son cannot be born without some female involvement, Now, this may disqualify him as a serious theologian. I can't really judge that. But my point is simply that he had no recourse to Gnostic sources. Weigel and Burma follow his lead in naturalizing theology and theologizing nature, creating sophisticated positive theories which appeal on their own merits. Even in the Baroque intricacies of Burma's metaphysics, the anti-clerical impulse is always present. Challenging the false hierarchies of external authority, he projects a deeper hierarchy that extends not upward, but inward. The innermost being is the divine world, accessible via individual spiritual introspection and rebirth. In editing and translating their works, I've come to the conclusion that the very features that can frustrate the modern reader were the key to their impact and meaning. Their inconsistencies and improvisations embodied free speculation, free of dogma and tradition. Their positive assertions are the inverse side of their antipathy to the clerical and scholarly monopolies of learning and sanctity. Just as Luther had declared the universal priesthood of the common Christian, their theories asserted that the common mind could grasp, with divine help, the secrets of God, nature, and human life. I could go into more detail about German speculative dissent, but I think it's time to take a step back and consider the big picture. Janssen's understanding of the Reformation as an anti-clerical revolution has an intuitive appeal. His work makes extensive use of visitation records, and it makes sense of German 16th century literature. Like a revolution, the Reformation begins with a breakdown of traditional authority and a collapse of the old order. This is followed by a thrilling new freedom of centrifugal tendencies. This leads to a retrenchment of authority, disillusion, renewed opposition, embittered protest, and a turn inward are among the consequences. The new establishment makes its Faustian bargain with power by sacrificing freedom to secure order. A free-floating awareness of betrayal produces not one, but many versions of the legendary devil's bargain. The Faust book is only the most famous. The speculative dissenters, as well as their opponents, and indeed the reformers themselves, Luther and Calvin, were all accused of collusion with the devil. Now, I have no sympathy for Janssen's confessional partisanship. It's actually easy to bracket it out in reading the book. But I do admire his panoramic view of the dawning modern age. The 19th century Kulturkampf between Catholic and Prussian points of view must have refined history writing the way mortal combat makes for sharper swords and sweeping strategies. His thoroughly documented panorama of the dialectic of Reformation, with its twin creative and destructive impulses, reminds me of Goethe's lines in which Mephistopheles identifies himself in Faust, ein Teil von jener Kraft, die stets verneint, die stets das Böse will und stets das Gute schafft. A portion of that force that always negates, that always wills evil and always creates good. Pursuing reform, the reformers unhinge the medieval order. Their movement is powered by anti-clerical animus, better in opposing than in affirming, and by forces that sow one thing only to reap another. Aspiring to spiritual freedom and loving fellowship in Christ, they consolidate intolerant confessions obsessed with the devil. Looking backward, the Reformation thrusts the world forward toward modernity. Now, this is, of course, only one view of the Reformation, and certainly a one-sided one, biased against theology and favoring the negative impulses, but it highlights aspects of those great events 500 years ago, which I believe are still relevant and worth remembering. Thank you very much.
No sound. No sound. There's no sound. I think it's there. We can hear them. I said we can hear. He's speaking, so. I mean, we have everything's on. He said we can't hear you on our end. We don't hear you on this end. He said 1 minute. Oh, did you hear it? I saw he said 1 minute. Oh.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you now, Sam.
Oh, excellent. I'm just waiting for the defibrillator, Andrew, and then...
Okay. I see you had quite some inclement weather there. I hope a rainbow appears outside.
We had to pause you there for a moment because it's so loud on the roof of the marquee that we couldn't hear you.
I see.
But everything's working now, so we're back on track, and it's fantastic to see you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to ask folks here if they have any questions for Andrew. We'll bear with it. Have you got a question?
Thank you. Hi, Andrew. Is Ariel? Can you see me?
No. I hear you off and on.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you for a fantastic talk that really wonderfully wrapped up the conference. But not only that, highlighted a number of things that we've been talking about throughout the day.
Simon, you're coming and going again. I'm losing you.
So I'll ask my questions now. So, do you think the most convincing reading of the Faust book is anti-clerical?
Well, I think to sum up, my point is really that the 16th century, the Reformation, was a period of tremendous polarization, and many scholars tend to take over this polarization and allow it to influence their understanding of Reformation movements and concepts. So we become infected by that polarization, and I think that the Faust book is something like a Rorschach ink blot into which this polarization is projected. And as I mentioned, the traditional understanding of it is that we have on the one hand this backward-looking reactionary orthodoxy, which then condemns the man of the Renaissance, the knowledge-seeking Faust, to hell, because there's this basic polarization between the retrograde, obscurantist orthodoxy and the forward-looking, curious, knowledge-seeking Renaissance. And this is a very oversimplified understanding of the whole thing. I think that the Faust book indeed is emblematic of the Reformation century, but what it really shows us is that the forces at work, the ideas that were at work were much, much more complex than that. We see that also when we turn to the dissenters, who don't really fit into the customary pattern of what the Reformation is, what the Renaissance is. They're very much divided up according to these dichotomies, and that simply erases what their significance and what their intentions were. So I think that's my main point, is that Faust is a sort of Rorschach plot for this this exaggeratedly polarized understanding of the Reformation, which takes over its own polarizations, which were very real and very extreme, and then allows them to influence our thinking about the Reformation. So, you know, what I'm really trying to do is show that there were no good guys and bad guys in the story. Luther, for example, was a man of great courage and of great vision, but he was also a rather brutal, well, frankly, a hater of his opponents, who certainly condemned them in the most violent terms. And this was part of his convictions. His convictions were that anyone could read the Bible and essentially arrive at his understanding, his doctrinal understanding of it. And if they didn't do that, then the only explanation was the devil. And one form of this collusion with the devil was the pact with the devil. But at the same time, Luther is more complex than that. And the so-called orthodoxy, which in the 16th century is really never consolidated at all. It only becomes consolidated, let's say, in the second decade of the 17th century. So these things are much oversimplified in retrospect. I tend to see things from the point of view of the dissenters, these figures who were on the margins of the Reformation, but there too I would resist turning them into some sort of saints, some sort of victims. They were also very ambivalent figures who partook of the polarization of the century. So really what I'm trying to do is make things look a bit more complex, a bit more like our own time, I would say.
Thank you for that clarification. I fully agree and accept that. I've got two things. One is that you seem to be suggesting that the Reformation... So could you turn the mic? What is it, the mic?
Hi there, Andrew. Is your technician there? Is your technician with you?
Yes, Jason.
Yeah. The sound is feeding back through your computer. So if you turn that down. Try that. That's much better. A little bit better.
Is that
good? It's still feeding back through, so we get an echo on our end. That's good. That's good. Okay. Yep.
Can you hear me, Andrew?
Yes, I do.
Okay, perfect.
Simon.
So, firstly, you seem to be suggesting, obviously enough, that not only is the Reformation more complex, but that the picture is actually fluid. That it's a constantly changing and shifting picture, which we've retrospectively imposed our own images upon, reflecting our own current concerns. But the second one is, I completely accept your point that we're mischaracterizing these people as good and bad people, and that they are fallible and flawed just like all humans. But is the sense of the good and bad part of the ways in which they thought about themselves using they have structures of thought that are binary, which has then gone into the literature, which has then influenced the way we think about the past, whereas of course we understand that they should be far more complex and rounded figures?
Simon, I'm afraid I didn't quite follow that second point.
The second point is that a number of people in the 16th century think in binary categories. Not only good, evil, light, dark, but a whole number. The way in which, for example, witchcraft, magic is often seen as an inversion of truth or divine truth. Is that also, does the way that their categories use a binary structure, is that one of the things that's been responsible for creating this image of a good bad that you're moving away from?
Are we moving away from it, or were
no? Your point is that we should move away from a good and a bad, because it's obviously simplistic. But my point is, did that arise because they had binary categories of thought?
Yes, I think that it did. I think that in particularly Germany, that I know most about, the origins of the German Enlightenment really lie in the 30 Years' War, and the realization that this sort of binary thinking led to terrible destruction. So I think that especially in the 17th century, when these binary categories became the basis of how shall I put it, public policy and religious war, I think that demonstrated to people that you needed some sort of additional source of authority, which meant that they gradually began to look to experience and to reason and to other aspects of tradition. So I think very much that the exhaustion and the extremism and the destruction caused by these binary categories did influence people in another direction.
Thank you, that's great.
Another question over here. And then John.
Hello, thank you very much for a very good insight into the period that we were discussing. I hear you mention collusion. Are there any lessons from the period under discussion and what we have today in American political discourse?
Well, I think that's a very good question and a very good point. I think that you know, I'm afraid that in America we have very little historical memory, and I think that these sorts of binary categories that were at work in the 16th century and at later times, I believe are showing up again in a very problematic way. So I think if there's a lesson to be drawn for today, I think you've really pointed in that direction. You know, I would agree that these sorts of ideas that we have now about, let's say, the demonic role of Islam. This is, you know, very very much like the thinking of the 16th and the 17th century. So I think it's very good that you're pointing in that direction. I would agree.
Hi. You said that Paracelsus and Burma really believed in the priesthood of all believers. Did Luther believe in it, or was it just an idea he floated and then dropped?
Well, you know, that's a very good question. Certainly in his writings of the year 1620, certainly in his letter to the German nobility, which was of immense influence, he proclaimed the idea of the universal priesthood of the baptized. Every Christian is a priest, and certainly this idea undercut the status and the standing of the official and traditional clergy. It had to have that effect, and it did have that effect. But I don't think that Luther adhered to that line later. I think that somehow in principle he did, but the upshot was that if everyone can read the Bible and arrive at Lutheran doctrine, and you don't do that, you arrive at another doctrine. For example, you say, you know, where in the New Testament we don't have infant baptism, right? And if you said then, as did the Anabaptists, that adult baptism is really founded in the Bible, Luther rejected this, and his explanation was not that you somehow misread it, but somehow you were a wicked heretic, and you had to be combated in the harshest ways. So in theory, I think that he maintained the idea that Scripture is open and that anybody, with the aid of the Holy Spirit, which everyone invoked, could recognize the truth and arrive at correct doctrines. But in practice, you know, this was not the way it played out. A new professional clergy arose. There were visitations of congregations. The members of the congregations were tested to see if they had understood correct doctrine, and if they didn't, then there were severe consequences. So, you know, I think the answer is yes and no. He did proclaim and go on proclaiming the universal priesthood of the laity, but in practice, this wasn't the case at all.
No, thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Now the technical hitches are stopped. I remember that you mentioned Scribner's work, and it got me thinking with some of the things that I'd been talking about. And it made me think about Keith Thomas's Great Religion and Decline of Magic. You talked a lot about anti-clericalism. You talked also about nature in Paracelsus and in Burma. How important was the idea of a living nature and magic and astrology that you mentioned, alchemy, within the Reformation? Are they aspects of the same thing, or are they running contrary to each other? Does it depend? Are there trends that we can identify? Does it depend upon individuals? What part of the story, how important are they within the story, and how does that help us understand the story of the Reformation and its resonances?
Well, that's a really good question, and that's one of the areas where scholars most recently would say that the picture was very complex. If you look at Lutheran works like the Theatrum Diabolorum, you would have the impression that astrology and every form of magic and alchemy were strictly condemned by the Lutheran Reformation and by Lutheran church officials. But in practice, as Scribner and Dixon have shown, magic was very widespread. The recent work by Robin Barnes on astrology and Reformation, I believe that appeared last year, and it was very widely and very well received, shows that widely accepted in Lutheran circles than in Catholic or Calvinist circles. So the notion, the traditional notion that the Lutheran orthodoxy, as it's called, completely rejected magic and astrology. This is based on certain statements that Luther made. It's based on the fact that Melanchthon kind of seems to have been friendly to astrology, whereas Luther made fun of it. This is a very much questionable and overdrawn dichotomy. Just to take astrology, everyone with a bit of common sense could see that planetary astrology was just obviously true, because after all, the sun was one of the planets, the moon was a planet, and anybody who wasn't a complete fool could see that the sun had a vast impact on life on Earth, and so did the moon. And those were only planets. They weren't light years away from the other planets, so it made perfect sense to assume that Mars and Venus also had an impact. And then why not the constellations, the fixed stars? We can say that this was incorrect, but you know, in terms of the worldview of the time, it was more a matter of common sense. And planetary astrology was something that Luther himself in his sermons acknowledges, and not because he's going out on a limb, but just because it's obvious to anybody that planetary astrology has to make sense. So all these divisions that have been around for a very long time, that say alchemy was completely rejected by the Lutheran Orthodoxy, these are incorrect. Luther had friendly statements about alchemy, because after all, alchemy was an allegory of the spiritual purification of the soul. If you were merely some kind of con man claiming to create gold where you couldn't do it, then this was equivalent to somebody who practices medicine badly today, and it didn't mean that everyone would have rejected alchemy any more than we would reject medicine because we have quack doctors. So it's a much more differentiated picture, which again is reflected in the thinking about the Faust book, that he is essentially a Renaissance advocate of the new sciences who's condemned by obscurantist Lutheranism.
Great, thank you. That's it. I mean, I'm just going to close. You put me in mind just because of our other question about the United States and the recent eclipse you had, and somebody rather important was told not to look in the sun. Your president.
Of course, I think in terms of Trump, there too, I don't think the man has ever been accused of being in any way religious. He is doing something that was done very widely in the so-called age of faith, or the Reformation and its aftermath. Namely, he's exploiting it for the ends of power. He's never been in any way known as a fundamentalist, or even in any way interested in religion, and yet he's able to mobilize the support of these people who are who have a very polarized worldview in order to gain his ends of power. And I would submit that that's actually now and always has been the graver danger to us. Let's take people who represent a theology that some might regard as utterly reactionary. Let's take the Amish, who don't drive tractors and who have this very strict biblical worldview. Or let's take these Hasidic sects in New York City that practice all kinds of weird things and are very, very backward from the point of view of science and progress. Are they any danger to us, to our polity here? I don't think they're any danger at all, right? The real danger is somebody like Trump or like our evangelical leaders who wed their confession to the ends of political power. And I think that really needs to be stressed. And I think that was the case and was very clearly the case and was known to be the case around the time of the beginning of the 30 Years' War. People knew that the real problem was that faith and theology were being harnessed to power politics of a militant and militaristic sort. They understood that was the problem then, and I think they had it exactly right, and I think it's still the main problem. But I think it's very good to call attention to that aspect.
Okay, I'm afraid we're out of time at our end, Andrew. But I want to thank you so much. Can you see me now?
Oh, thank you. I hope you arrive home safely without lightning bolts and floods. So it was a pleasure.
Next time, Andrew, you're coming to Bedford.
I would love to do that.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much.
Take care and thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That is our day. It's been a long day. I'd like to thank all of our presenters, those in the room and those abroad. They've obviously made this day, and I'll look forward to having dinner with you guys at 7 at the Swan. So we'll sit down at then and then perhaps meet for drinks before that from 6. If you actually get there, if it's at 7, the table's under my name if I'm not there in time. So look forward to that. To finish, I just wanted to say that we're finished right now for the season, but we'll be back in April with Artificial Intelligence and Apocalypse. That's going to be a very, very interesting conference. Then in June, Art and Apocalypse, and then in September, Natural Disasters. So it's going to be a really interesting year next year. To finish, Chris, you're going to say a few words, I think? Okay.
Panacea Charitable Trust.
Panacea Charitable Trust.
Yes.
Thank you.
I hope that all of you have shared with me the fact that I hope that all of you have shared with me the fact that what we have listened to today indicates the importance of the Centre for the Study of Apocalyptic and Millenarian Ideas, showing that these are not some freak aspect of religious tradition, but absolutely central both to the contemporary world and today, as we've heard historically. And we are grateful today for all who have made this possible. To our speakers, as Simon has said, present and absent, thank you very much indeed to all of you. To our technicians, thank you for all your hard work in making all this possible, and particularly to Simon for the great skill that you've shown in organising these conferences. Thank you very much indeed. And finally, to you all for being here and sharing in this occasion. Welcome back next spring.